nation, destroys our generation. I don't mind, I don't mind, I don't mind, I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life, looking for inspiration all the time, looking for, looking for, looking for, looking for, hey!
And how are we doing, everybody out there? Hope everybody's staying warm, especially for those that are in the northern regions of the planet. I know it's just a little bit nipply out there, I guess, as far as for most of us up here in the northern regions here. Just trying to stay warm, I guess, at this point. It is, we're heavy into December already there, so that's definitely just getting some things warmed up here. I figured pretty much since we started the whole process there of building the getting the LiDAR into the oh my goodness, what's going on here? Torch coming on in, 14 months, resubscribing to the channel. Boom, let's get it. Everybody, you got the emotes out there? Spam the emotes. Oh, I got an emote. I got an emote. Torch gave me an emote. Thanks. Thank you for that, Torch. Coming in hot and heavy here. There we go. Let's go ahead and share that. So if you did get some emotes, I guess, with that new subscriber, definitely share those. Oh, I see, Torch. You also redeemed some of your channel points, I guess, for VIP for the month. Yeah, let's get that taken care of here. How about that? As I'm waiting for some of these things to get loaded up here in 3ds Max. As I was saying, continuing that process of using the LiDAR, I guess, to create particular aspects, buildings and things like that, I guess, for the Texas Motor Speedway track build. Why am I not? Oh, here we go. Bear with me a second. I'm gonna get it. We'll get that redemption taken care of here. Let's do this. Alright, we need to add new. And we need to find Mr. Torch here. Torch. Make sure we get that name. There he is. VIP it is. Save it. There we go. You should have that all set there, Torch. You're good for another month. This type of appreciate that resubscription to the channel as well. And I think I got to make sure. Where's all my? Here we go. Nope, that's not the one I wanted. Bear with me a second. I'm still waiting for Max to load up. It's that LiDAR, and I've shown that. Excuse me already. It's a pretty chunky boy. Yeah, it's a pretty chunky boy. So it's gonna take a minute, and it's on top of trying to stream this too. It does tend to make it a little bit. Yep. Where does it show? Huh. They changed some things on here from last time I remember, anyway. Do. Oh, here we go. That's what I'm missing here. Alright. Mark that as complete. Mark that as complete. And mark that as complete. There we go. Channel points have all been updated there, so hopefully that's oh wow, did we oh, it was showing in there that I was dropping some frames there. Just want to make sure everything is running smooth. Hopefully everything's good to go there. Yeah, but I hope everybody's having a wonderful Saturday, I guess, as far as for the weekend there. I know, like I say, it's a little bit chilly here. So it's this time of year I tend to like hunker down and not spend as much time outside, I guess, as far as I do during the summer. I very much like the warm weather, I won't lie. You're on your laptop, and I had to do some maintenance on my PC, new thermal piece, etc. Oh, yikes. I can't even begin to tell you. I haven't had to do that on mine in quite some time. I definitely want to make sure you're doing that. I guess what I'm considering, I guess, at this point here, as far as what I would need to do, I guess, is just to kind of update the current system I have, as far as like, I'm still currently running on DDR3 RAM, for example, and the fact that I don't have the new technology for the storage technology with the NVMe, it's just leaning me more towards the fact that I really need to update my system, and rather than to spend the money on just to update RAM, be it the fact that it's outdated. I mean, you can still get it, don't get me wrong, but to spend the money on that, or to just completely save that money and put it towards a new system, because the fact that this system here, built back in 2013, so it's a better part of 7 years old at minimum, it really needs an update. And the fact that I could really use some additional storage by the use of the NVMe technology, which allows much more. It's it's more compact, less bulky, I guess, as far as needing SSDs and HDDs. So yeah, there's a lot of advantage, I guess, to that. So that's something I've been really tossing around as far as like updating the system here. It's just it really just comes down to having the funds to be able to do it. That's all. It was running kind of funky, so it was time to do it. Yeah, that totally makes sense. And if you've got your case completely enclosed, which I do not, my case, I keep the side panels off of it, just for the mere fact that I wanted to get that cooling effect in there. I do have several air, this the air cooled. It's all air cooled, no liquid stuff going on with it, but yeah, totally understandable. Okay, I think I got this thing. Looks like it's all loaded up here. Now that we're all caught up on that, I appreciate the 17 months. We got a 14-month streak. Wow, that's some fantastic support there. I appreciate that, Torch. But getting right back into it, I guess, with all that being put into mind here, I want to continue this whole process here with creating it. So we did get the bulk of the work done as far as the restructuring just resizing and so on of the big hoss for the Texas Motor Speedway based on the new LiDAR information that we have for it. And in fact, you can see the name of it popping up there, I guess, as far as the LiDAR. It's as of 2018, so it's only a couple of years old. But this does include the information for the modification that they made, the reconfiguration of the turns 1 and 2, on top of everything else. So being able to pair this up with all the models that have been created in a 2015 build of the track, back in 2015, we're being able to see what adjustments need to be made based on those models built back then without the LiDAR. So this is something I felt was a pretty good way, I guess, to showcase, I guess, here on the for Spline Design Studios Saturday, I guess, as far as just to show, you know, the differences between using the LiDAR and not, for example. Definitely, it's coming to the conclusion, for me at least anyway, that if you have the option, I guess, if there's up-to-date LiDAR that's available free and clear on the USGS website, then use that, because it's very beneficial information. So you got 7 fans. How many do I have? I got 2 in the back, 1 on the PSU itself, the heatsink. So that's 4. And then I got 1 on the front, so that's 5. I got 5 fans. But then I keep the side panels off. I got the towers up on, it's like up at, you know, basically desk level, for lack of a better way to put it. And yeah, I get some pretty good airflow, I guess, through there. That's the way I like to have it. And to be perfectly honest, I feel that's giving it's given the system a lot more longevity, as far as to prematurely just overheat and get all that dust and crap in it. Because I do dusting on the regular lately, and by on the regular, it's almost every week, because it's like just to keep the cobwebs and the dust out of it. And I think it is definitely prolonging, I guess, some of the longevity of the devices that I got in there. And I'm gonna need that to do that, I guess, for a little bit, until I can gather up the funds, I guess, to be able to get a new one, or build a new one. I'll probably end up still using the same case, because it is, you know, it's still the same form factor, I guess, as far as cases goes. But I would need to get new motherboard, probably get the up-to-date DDR4 RAM, probably, maybe, possibly looking at an i9, as far as to stick with the Intel CPU. I could probably get away with still using the GTX 970 as far as video card, at least for now. But at least to get the motherboard, the CPU, the RAM, and then even possibly storage based on that NVMe technology. Some of those drives like that have that NVMe technology is pretty expensive. It's kind of about the same thing when the SSDs initially came out, and might have to wait a little bit, I guess, for that the price of that to come down. So one of the other things that has been done since last stream was the LiDAR has been scaled much more accurately. It was pretty close to begin with there, but it needed a little bit of tweaking. So I've shared this information also with Torch, and you can see the pink layer that you see around the track here. That is the template, the low poly template of the banking information for the track. So you can see it's pretty complete. I haven't made all that much adjustment to it. There's still some areas here that could probably be kind of tweaked down a little bit, but you can get an idea as far as like how this template is designed. You can definitely get in here and really adjust and tweak on that to adjust it to the LiDAR itself, and that's the whole idea behind getting the LiDAR in here. But you can see such things as the some of the buildings and things like that. That's how you want to line these up here. You can line the actual LiDAR up with the satellite imagery, I guess, as far as, because a lot of these buildings are static. They're here all the time, so it's like you can definitely use that information, I guess, to get your LiDAR scaled. That's why it's very important to get your image as close to scale first off. That is the base, the foundation for getting that LiDAR in there, to get this LiDAR scale. Because when you bring your LiDAR into your Maxine or whatever modeling program that you're using, it's going to be out of scale. And in a lot of cases, it's going to be oversized or too small or whatever. But in any case, it's not going to pop in here and just be like, boom, there it is. You have to get it scaled properly. And that's part of the process of doing that, is to scale those in there, is to line it up with your ground plane for your satellite image, already, you know, scaled to the proper scale based on that whole process there. There's we got a video out on the Spline Design Studios website that totally explains, I guess, as far as how to stitch. Now, keeping in mind that the process that's used, I guess, to create this one here isn't 100% the same method, but it's a pretty solid background image. You can definitely pick out, I guess, as far as what's what, and that's very important too. You want a pretty decent ground plane, you know, to at least discern or make out as far as like what the buildings and such do represent, I guess, as far as in the sat image. You don't want one that's too pixelated to the point you can't tell what's what. That's probably another key point. We got nothing on the shot. Prior to stream there, I kind of did that myself there, and the bot seems to be a little bit stingy so far. Yep, the bot's a little stingy so far, so I had to see how the bot was responding, I guess, as far as in the starting sequence under the stream. So hopefully the bot will come around and kind of give everybody a break. All right, so as I was saying, Torch, I don't know. Maybe you can kind of let me know. I've kind of let you take control, I guess, as far as making the adjustments to the track templates. I would assume I make that assumption as far as like that you've already done that. But just to give the folks here, I guess, a little bit of insight, when you create this template, however method you use, I guess, to get it, you do definitely want to make it so that it's usable in the Sandbox application, so that you can create a model of it. And it doesn't matter if you're putting a checkered pattern on it or if it's just a basic material to it. Doesn't really matter. Just so that you can get it into a 3DO and be able to build the track based on this. And because being able to get this LiDAR itself, as far as with all the cloud point data that's in it, it's just not going to happen. You can try and piece it out a little bit at a time, you know, in small chunks. It's just too much. Now, I've already shown last week as far as like just how much information is just in the LiDAR for the big hoss. We're talking to the tune of like 80,000 polys just for that little piece there. So that kind of gives you somewhat of an idea of, even if you were to chunk these out into smaller pieces to make a model to be able to bring into Max to create that mold, it's nearly impossible. It's nearly impossible. So what you can do, and this is what I can't stress enough as far as like that, to create a low poly model based on this LiDAR information, and that's totally doable. You can see what Torch has done here. This is all based on Torch's template of the track. He's already conformed it to the geometry of this LiDAR that we have there. It's already been poly segmented out based on that cloud point data from Cloud Compare. Showed that last week. We'll set that. What do you mean by that, Torch? Just want to make sure I'm understanding what you meant there. So yeah, if anything, like I said, however you create this and how many control points that you create your template, your track template, to be able to create a model for, to be able to bring it in Sandbox, you want to leave enough flexibility in it, I guess, to be able to adjust the vertices to the LiDAR, for example. What I did was to lay it out in Sandbox first, according to, yep, and I think that is explained. James did a really good job with describing that too. So yeah, lay the geometry out in Sandbox itself first, based on the ground plane. So you have this ground plane, and so you want to have a one-to-one comparison definitely I guess with Sandbox, for example. So use the ground plane, lay out the track geometry roughly as far as just flat, right? So once you get that geometry laid down flat, you can spit that out, open the PTF after you save the PTF in Sandbox, bring that into 3D SimEd, spit that out as a DAE, that track geometry in 3D SimEd as a DAE, and then there you have it. That's your track template. Yep, and then it's just a matter of getting the proper height data applied to that flat geometry, spline geometry from Sandbox, 3D Sim and so on, that whole process there, and bringing it into here, and this is what you have. So that's one way to go about it. But then another way you could do it, that's not 100% wrong either. There's a couple different ways at least. Another way you can go about is doing a red all here in 3ds Max. And again, it all hubs around the fact that you've got your ground plane as far as your SAT image already scaled properly. You can definitely create a spline of that track geometry, following the contour of the track based on your image, your ground plane image in 3ds Max, and do a cross section. So once you create your inside or your outside, you would duplicate that line and then create a cross section of that same thing. So that's another way you can do that. So that's at least a couple different ways you can go about creating that track template to bring, to have it in 3ds Max so you can make that model. Yeah. Yep. Let's see, you set the right. So what, just to kind of explain a little bit, I'll kind of go through this process here a little bit, just to kind of explain the Sandbox method, as far as creating that template, which will generally end up being flat. Let's kind of touch on that a little bit. So what you want to do, in fact, I should have it right up in here. Let's bring our Sandbox utility up. Now, this is barring the fact I don't have a... I could probably go through that process here, I guess, a little bit, just to kind of give some insight. So, if you're more comfortable, I guess, with doing it in Sandbox as opposed to 3ds Max, it's a little bit tougher, in my opinion, I guess, to get the image set properly in Sandbox, I guess, as far as the set image, because in Max, and this is just my own little 2 cents, I guess, about it. In Max, you can zero out your ground plane. You can already set the plane, for example, to what you need it right in. You can adjust everything right in here, whereas in Sandbox, you can, but it's like getting that initial background image set. You're going to need that that image for Sandbox eventually anyway. So it probably would behoove you, I guess, to go ahead and do that, because as you're building the track, you're going to need that in there as a background image in Sandbox. So I'm not trying to take away from the fact that you don't really need to do that part as far as to create that, but we can kind of go through that that process here a little bit. And it is explained totally as far as setting that background image in your Sandbox plenty of times. But yeah, we can definitely go through that process at least anyway. Okay, so let's just do this. Torch, what did you mean by it? I know we probably got some typos in there, but I was just trying to wonder what you were talking about. So you set the... Yeah, so to get the banking, you want that... Yeah, so again, what Torch has explained, the way he's explained it, he went through Sandbox here, and this is what I'm going to try and go through here. So we have at our disposal, for example, we have this overhead as a pretty decent image here. So what we would need to do is create this into a and Torch, you might have more of this information than I do, so you can probably relay me that information as far as like what you've got your background image set to based on the Sandbox scaling. Yeah. Oh, okay. That's even a better idea. No, I think I see. I get what you're saying. So that's a probably even better approach to it. So what Torch has done And like I said, there's many other different ways that you can go about doing this. So what Torch has done, once you've got this all set in 3D Max, you got your ground plane here. You can definitely take, because you already know this is the scale, right? You can take this ground plane and create a 3DO of that to bring it into Sandbox. So you already have that mapping of the UV unwrap for that positioning, that proper positioning of your background image, for your ground plane of the track already on there. So that kind of bypasses needing to scale it up just by using a MIP. That's actually a fantastic idea, because one of the other ways that you can get your background image into, and this is kind of more unconventional at this point, but just the way Torch has described it, you would bring your MIP, in keeping within the constraints of the powers of 2, you would need to do that. You would need to size that MIP up as your background image in here by bringing in your background image like so, and then you would have to pick that MIP and then size it based on this parameter. If you bring a 3DO into it based on what you've already got sized up properly in Max, that's even better. That actually is, you're kind of not killing, but I guess you're eliminating that necessity, I guess, to have to size just the MIP of the sat image into Sandbox, and it's already sized up too. So that's a pretty fantastic idea. Turn that down just a tad. All right. All right. So yeah, I think that's what we'll do here. I don't think I gotta check and see here. I believe I do have a MIP for the background image. If I don't, I can always create one. So this one, what's the size of this? Let's open this up here really quick. This is the one I got from you, Torch, so I'm just assuming that it's correct. Let's open this up here and see. Hold me in there, so it is a 4096. All right, we're gonna find out here in a second. Yeah, so opening the image up here, we have 4096 by 4096. Yep, so that's a 4K texture. Nice. All right, so we can definitely create a MIP based on the size, because it's in that constraint, as I was explaining, in the powers of 2. So as long as it's in that constraint of powers of 2, it definitely satisfies that necessity to have in a power 2 to create a MIP file, because you're going to need a MIP file to create that object to bring into Sandbox and then go from there. So with that being all done, cool, we're going to go ahead and we're going to open up our WinMIP2 utility like so. There's Racer James. His ears must have been ringing. Caught us talking about him. Alright, so we need to navigate to that. Welcome on in, James. Hope you're doing well. We're just getting started. We're just explaining a little bit, I guess, as far as how to get, what methods you can use, I guess, to get the background image of your track that you're trying to build within Sandbox. Torch really came up with a fantastic idea, as opposed to just sizing up a MIP in the constraint of the power 2 and so on, and sizing that up using that background image sizing mechanism, I guess, built into Sandbox. It's not that I haven't thought of it that way, but that's probably a much quicker way, I guess. And once you got it all sized up in 3ds Max, just create that flat plane as a model, as a 3DO, with that texture as a MIP, and then boom, it's already done. You can just start building your track right away. Yeah, I saw some of the pictures out there. I kind of commented on that. Yeah, I kind of took a glance up there on Facebook there for a minute. I got the notifications there that you are decorating the house. It's probably feels pretty good, I guess, to be in the new house, right? As far as for that, I mean, it's still got some work to do there for sure, but I mean, it's definitely done enough, I guess, to be able to. Yeah. Okay, so we need to open up this image to create a MIP file. All right. Yeah, ultra wide plank flooring. There you go. Ultra wide. That's right. Nope, that's definitely what I said. That's what I had commented on. It's just like, at least you've got floors. I mean, it's like they might otherwise be makeshift, but hey, ultra wide planks. That's funny. All right, so we got our image in there, and it's definitely it's a thick boy, 4096 by 4096. So yeah, pretty nice image actually. You can definitely discern, I guess, as far as what's what. Yep. So what we need to do with this image, load it up on our WinMap 2, and it's already, like I said, it's already in that constraint of the 4096 by 4096, and we got a lot of dead space. That is to be expected. In most cases, you're going to have that. What you don't want to do when you get your image, and I assume, Torch, you've taken the approach of getting this from Google Earth. You don't want to scale the image to fit the 4096 constraint, whatever constraint that happens to be. In most cases, it'll be a 4096 like this one is, but don't try to size it to fit it and fill up all this dead space. You don't want to do that. You're defeating the purpose, I guess, as far as creating an accurate representation of the track in the real world. So definitely don't try to distort it or get it to fit within that. So that's very important. My Google Earth took a dump on me for a few weeks. A few weeks ago, I finally got that going today. Oh wow! Yikes! I've been, to be honest, I've been utilizing the web version, I guess, of the Google Earth for a bit. Almost just as good, I'll have to say. There's some features on it that don't. What I like about the web version, I guess, of the Google Earth is the fact that it's got more street view. So if you really want to get street view type of stuff, and you can actually get measurements based on the street view, that's if they've got it scanned. There's still some places on it that don't have all that information like that, but there's plenty of regions that do, and it's like, yeah. So I've been tending to lean more towards that web version of the Google Earth as opposed to the desktop application. That's more or less considered legacy now. At this point, they're considering that desktop application for your Windows system. Google consider that legacy at this point because they've got that web version. The web version does seem to get much more updated on a frequent basis than the desktop application as well. So that's another reason I guess I tend to use. Not that the desktop application is completely useless. There's still some really good information in the desktop application. So one of your place markers was corrupted, and that's, yeah, so just what I explained there, that might be why. That definitely might be why. Because Google doesn't support the desktop application as much as they do the web application. But yeah, I was explaining this as far as how to get your satellite image within the Power 2 constraint that you need to make your MIP. And then once you've got that set, as this one already is, bring it in your WinMap 2. And in most cases, it's going to come in your huge, very huge, and then go to MIP. And in most cases, you do not need to change any of the parameters onto it. This is going to be a placeholder for your background image, right? It's not going to be in the track as far as in the simulation itself. It's just for creating the geometries that we need, so we don't need to create, scripting or whatever for it to say, it's only showing it this time, blah, blah, blah. So just don't need to change any of the parameters. Whatever parameters you get for when you switch it over to MIP, just leave it at that. Save as, and in most cases, with it being this big, with this image being this large, it may look like your WinMap 2 is it's kind of broken. Let it save. Don't touch it. Otherwise, you might get a corrupt MIP file. So I'll go ahead and save this and just let it go. Don't do anything to it. Don't try to click on anything or whatever, because the fact that WinMap 2 is a pretty buggy program, just like Sandbox is, as far as being 32-bit. It can sometimes not like that. So now that we've got that MIP saved, we're going to confirm that it did save. We put that right here. Nice. And it's probably going to be a pretty chunky file too, so the fact that this is next to 12 megs, almost 11 megs, so yeah, that's, and being a 4096 texture file, that does make sense. Damn, Torch, you darn near got that maximum jackpot there. Just happened to notice that at the corner of my eye. Yikes. And you got nothing off the Scold. That bot's still being stingy. Alright, so now what we can do from here, what I'll do is extract this ground plane that's already mapped to that MIP in specific. And now, actually, let me look at my materials here. It's probably tied to the bitmap, which is the same constraint to the as the MIP it is, right? So that we just recreated. So regardless of, you're not going to be able, in most cases, bring your MIP into 3D Max. You got to use the raw image. In this case, it's just a bitmap. There's no transparency or anything in it. So we got the bitmap more than likely applied here. Yeah. So let's do this. So here's the same image in a bitmap format in 3ds Max, but it's in the same constraint as our MIP, a MIP file that we just create based on the same image, the bitmap. So it's probably another fair mention. So with that done, we can chunk out all the other things in here. We only want to isolate this ground plane. So let's do that. We're going to remove everything but the ground plane so we can bring that out, spit it out as a pass file, so we can create a 3DO out of it. So let's go ahead and delete all that. Now we only got the ground plane. Okay. And it doesn't really matter what you name it here. Like I said, it's just going to be a placeholder in Sandbox. It's not going to be an object that's going to be made into your track in most cases. It's just to create the geometry in Sandbox. That's all we need it for. So if we go export, and we're going to need this, you know what, I got to save this as a 3ds first, because I'm working currently in Max 14, and we don't have the plugin for the pass export doesn't comply with this version. So what I'll have to do is spit this out as a 3ds. That mapping will still get saved for the SAT image on the plane, and then we'll be able to bring that 3ds that we export out and bring it into what I use as Max 5, but anything up to Max 7 has been confirmed to work as far as what the pass export. So let's go ahead and export this out as a 3ds, and I think what I'll do is put this in our working folder here and do it as a 3ds like so. And I'm just going to name this Texas ground plane, and I'll use a combination of camel lettering and separation of underscore. There we go. And you can name it however you like, whatever more feasible. Okay. And it's just gonna, it might bark at you as far as to tell you that because of the 3ds format, that the name of the bitmap is, don't worry about that. It'll still accept that texture once you go to apply it to make your pass file. It's just telling you that as far as the 3ds format, the naming of that texture is not within that constraint as far as so don't worry about that. Alright, I want to make sure I didn't have anything hidden in here. Okay, cool. So it's just the plane. Now with that 3ds that I just exported, there it is right there. So I'll be able to bring that into Max 5, and like I said, anything up to Max 7 will work with the pass exporter. Oh, you highlighted your... Hey, there's Jean-Bon. How we doing there, Jean-Bon? Welcome on in. Are you just waking up there, buddy? I don't want to pick on you, but it's... If you are, and that's totally understandable. I know work has been kind of kicking your butt there a little bit. Last time I talked to you, at least, anyway. Okay, so... This is exported out. I need to... reset this. Don't save that. Alright, and now we need to close this one out so we can open up our other version of Max. So we can bring our 3ds in. Okay? So let's do that. Bananas don't bark, they squeal and peel. What are you talking about? Are you sharing information? Is that how that works? Bananas don't bark, they squeal or peel. I know about the peeling. I definitely know about that. Fun fact, I guess, as far as about bananas, did you know that if you open the banana from the opposite end, as far as like, you know how usually from the top where you pull it off the bunch, if you open it from the other end, those little stringy pieces that usually come off, you won't get those. Fun fact. Alright, I need to open up, you know what? That's another icon that tend to... Yep, I did delete that, so I gotta find my 3ds Max here. Hold on a second. My Max 5 anyway. 3ds. It's probably gonna be this one here, I think. Uh-oh. Ow, I knew I was missing something. A few of my shortcuts on my desktop did get deleted there, and I'm coming to find little by little, as I need these programs, which ones definitely did get stepped on, and this is one of them. Oh, you're just trying to sleep and couldn't? Move my schedule to day streaming. Yeah, I know you. That's what you had mentioned, because you're, yeah. Because of your work stuff, I guess, as far as they're considering, I guess, changing their hours of operation. And so that would mean you'd have to shift what days you would be able to stream. Yeah, I remember you mentioned that to me. Yeah, so it was officially confirmed. Gotcha. So what times are you considering to start streaming? When you say day streaming, I guess I consider like 9 in the morning. So just to clarify, I need to find my 3ds Max, folks. Okay, give me a second. I know it's here, it's just the shortcut got deleted off my desktop. I got a little too carried away, I guess, with cleaning up the desktop, and yeah, that was one of the things that got stepped on. Let's see. Alright, let's do this. I believe that is going to be in here. And it should be on the root of my C drive. Yep, here it is. So I just gotta find that application. There she be. There she be. Let's go send to desktop. Shortcut. Cool. Yeah, I gotta put that back on there. Needs to have that. I'm debating on start time, but right now 8 a.m. to 1 or 8:30. Yeah. So that's about what I was thinking. You know, like I said, I was thinking when you said day streams would be like, you know, 9 to 5 or what have you. But you do have to go into work, so got to take that into consideration. So I'm just going to rename this a bit. And I'm going to do this as Max 5, just so I know. Boom. And to make it clearer too, I guess I should probably do that. I'm so used to using 3ds Max. Now this version here of Max is not 3D Studio. So 2014 that I do tend to use on the regular as of lately anymore for a lot of my other 3D modeling. That's what's considered 3D Studio Max. This one's just 3D Max. So just to clarify on that, and this is all very clearly defined and explained on the Discrete website now. The fact that their newer versions, anything beyond, I think it was 2010, I'd have to go back and look at that, is considered 3D Studio Max or 3D Max Studio. So either 3ds Max or 3D Max Studio. So you just to kind of clarify it. And the reason why they've gone that route is just to differentiate, I guess, between the older versions of Max and the newer ones, because there's a lot more functionality in their newer versions of Max than what they've had in the older versions of Max. So I always constantly at this point have to correct myself as far as like, okay, if I'm using 3D Max or 3ds Max. So like in most cases, if you understand, I guess the naming convention, I guess, as far as what's applied to the application, if someone says 3D Max, then that means they're using an older version, just like Max 5, Max 7, so on and so forth. If you're using 3ds Max, then it's more than likely it's a newer, one of the more up-to-date versions. Just a little bit of tidbit of information, at least anyway. Alright, so now I got my icon back. I can bring this over here. I gotta shuffle some things around here a little bit. Just bear with me a minute on my other monitor. And let's put that one. I still got 2018 in here. I don't use it as much. I just don't. It's hard to get used to. It's got, and just as I was explaining, there's a lot more new functions and things that are applied to it. That it's a little bit of a learning curve. I will not lie. I'm sure they are very useful. It's just been hard for me to adapt to it, I guess, anyway. So, alright, Max 5. I gotta load this up. There we go. Take a minute or so, I guess, for that to fire up, and we'll be able to import that 3DS that we just created based on that ground plane for the Texas Motor Speedway. Yep, and it's going to yell at me. That's fine. That's just telling me I've got the plugin, the pass plugin in more than one location. It's just telling me there's duplicates. That's the only reason why you may or may not get that warning message depending on how you've got the plugins actually installed to your version of 3ds Max. So, okay. Oh, this is that one that carries on. I gotta bypass this one. Where is it? Where is it? There. I gotta move that one on. That one just carries on and 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 on. Okay, there we go. I've kind of meant to remove that one, but I guess I haven't as of yet. Okay, so we've got 3ds Max 5 open here, and this is one of the versions that will allow that that pass exporter that we need to create our 3DO for Enter 2003. So we're going to import, navigate to that folder where that 3DS is at, and here it is. We'll open it up. And in this case, I want to completely replace and do not convert units. I want it to maintain as far as what the size of that plane was that I initially exported. So, you found some. I've had this. I have had this DMC. I've been using this even before all this DMCA crap started. I've just found it necessary, I guess, to do that anyway. Because when I was getting a lot of the uploads put over to YouTube with some of the music that I was initially using way back when I first started with affiliate, a lot of the streams, the VODs on YouTube were getting muted to include on Twitch. So it's just like I had to find an alternative so that it wouldn't do that, because a lot of these that I do here, on, especially for Spline Design Studios Saturday, are instructional, and I was just having to edit a lot of those videos out, which was missing a lot of information as far as my talking and all that stuff like that. So it's like I had to find something. Yeah, so I've been using this. I've used such YouTube playlists as far as on Techno Acts. I've used this one here. Currently happens to be on Artlist, and Artlist has quite a few, lots of royalty-free and non-DMCA selections on there. So for anybody that's looking for selections, that are non-copyright, non-DMCA, royalty-free, all that good stuff, yeah, definitely give Artlist, I guess, a check. Yeah, the thing I like about the Artlist is I don't have to be logged in. I just go over there, everything's free, and there's no ads. No ads, that's probably another thing. No ads play. That's the one thing that did bug me, I guess, as far as with some of the stuff that I was finding and was using prior to this, is it doesn't, there's no ads. I don't have to worry about it stepping on, I guess, as far as what it's playing. It's fantastic. Yeah, so as of lately anymore, I just stay away from using YouTube playlists, whatever, because I'll get the ads that play, and yeah, it's kind of disgusting. Another one that I have used and I've tried that out is also SoundCloud. SoundCloud's another good way to do that. There's plenty of artists on there that or just want their music to get out there. And in most cases, they'll let you know as far as like, yeah, you know, if you're streaming or whatever like that, go ahead and play that. It's like I just want my, they want their music to be heard, and so that's another one. You don't have to worry about any ads with it as well. Yeah, so another good means to get. You don't have to be logged into that either. It's kind of nice. I like not having to be logged into stuff if I can help it. You can download. See, and that's another thing. I don't like to have to run a client or anything. I just, like in this case here with Artlist, I've got that playing in. It's actually on my. I don't know if I could consider it my streaming laptop or whatever, but it's off my main PC, and it's just running in the background as far as like in its own browser. And I don't even have to log in. It's beautiful. I love it. And yeah, keeping in mind there's a lot of different methods, I guess, to be able to get whatever you need, I guess, as far as to playing it. Number one, I don't like to have to log into stuff. Number two, I don't like having ads in any playlist. And number three, obviously, it has to be copyright free, non-DMCA, royalty free, all that good stuff. So, and this has been a nice fit so far. I've been using it several times, I guess, through most of these streams here. Like Spline Design Studios Saturday, so whatever works for you, definitely just go ahead and use it. This one seems to work for me. So we got our plane in here, and obviously it looks pretty simple, but we need to get our texture onto it. All right, and in this case here, we want to load that same bitmap that we used prior to export of it. So we want to pick any sphere, go into diffuse, and apply our texture to it. And we must have been working on something with the wing foot previously there. So that's about the last time I think I was in here. And that's probably going back to the Dover build that Torch was working on too. Alright, so we need to point to that folder that has that texture in there, which is going to be on my desktop. And we've got... This is one thing that's really... it's just those little things with, like with 3ds, you can't resize this dialog like you can in Max 14. This is as big as you get, so it doesn't have the option to be able to resize this window. So that's one of the, just looking at the progression of how much the discrete has made, positive changes, I guess, to the application. This is just one of them. Alright, so we need to look for that folder. Should have it as Torch. And then we need this image here. Boom. There we go. So there's our image. And just to confirm, oops. Just to confirm we got the right image, we're going to view the image, and there's our image. Okay. Now we need to apply it to our actual plane prior to export. So we got to make sure it's selected. Apply it. There it is. So now our image is applied, and this is definitely important. But prior to the pass export, you want to make sure the image is applied physically and visually to the object prior to export. Otherwise, you'll just get a generic material that's applied to the object when you create the 3DO from the pass file. So this is definitely a must to do that. That's just a little bit of a summary. Okay, from here we want to export as pass. So the pass exporter, and I won't go into how you get that in there and stuff like that. We've got plenty of videos, I guess, as far as I explain that. So this is assuming you already have that done. So what we want to do is same folder. I want to export this to... Oh, lots of projects going on. We got our Torch folder. Where's our Torch folder? Hello? There it is. Way on the end. Alright, so we go here, and then we want to spit this out as a pass file at this point. And I can name it the same as I want. I can highlight this, for example. The only thing I'd have to do is step out the extension. But we want it as a pass file, so I'm going to choose that. Put that in that folder, and I'll maintain that same name of it only as a pass file. So spit that out. And then we'll confirm that it spit that pass out, and there it is right there. So now from here we can take this pass file and run it through our Make 3DO along with that texture and spit out a 3DO. Okay, so let's navigate to where our max or make 3DO utility is. So we'll go like this, and I like to keep this, and I say this all the time. You might not necessarily want to put it in a different location that's more accessible. I tend to like to put all my programs in my programs files folder as far as Windows and all that is concerned. So I put my Make 3DO in my programs, and then what I'll do is just access it through here. You may necessarily want to put it on your desktop or in the root of your drive, what have you. And that's just a little bit of summary, I guess, as far as how that goes. But what you do want to do, be it the fact that this Make 3DO program is a command prompt utility, you're going to need to bring up a command prompt. So let's do that. So we got to type in command prompt, bring that up, and then what you need to do in your command prompt, you need to navigate to where this utility is located. So in this case, we want to do cd / to get it to the root of our drive and where it is, and then additionally do a cd /. Now here's where it becomes really nice. So in this version, you know, the way this command prompt works, I can actually go right up here, copy everything to the right of the drive. And I've shown this before too, so a lot of this is just summary, and I can paste that right in here. So that's going to put me where I need to be. Okay, so now we're in the directory we need to be where this program exists, where it resides. Now we can tell it what we want it to do. First of all, we need to get the files that we want to manipulate here. So let's bring those over. So we need our pass file and our texture. And it doesn't matter if you bring in the MIP or not. In most cases, bringing the MIP over to the Make 3DO directory here is just going to allow you to be able to view that through the View 3D, which is another program, another command prompt program that you can do based on. So if you have this all structured the way I do, I can bring the View 3D application up right through the command prompt. Once I create that, and it'll automatically read the Make 3DO directory. So if you want to do that, you can do that. I always tend to just use 3D SimEd just to get the initial look of the model once it's created, and then bring it over to Sandbox and all that good stuff. So, all right. So with the two files that we need to create our 3DO, we're already in here. So now we just got to tell Make 3DO, and then tell what we want it to do. In this case, it's just going to be the raw pass file, so a -p for that pass file, and then the name of the actual pass file, which in this case is Texas. Now I'm typing this all out, but you can definitely just copy the name of it, just like I did the address for it, and paste it right into the command prompt. I'm just kind of, you know, showing you all the different options that you can apply, I guess, as far as either if you type it in or just copy pasta into it. Do it either way. So as long as you've got the name of the pass file just like that, don't have any other parameters to it, that's all you need is just press enter, and then what it does is spits out the 3DO. Now from here you will need the MIP file. If you open this up in Notepad, what it'll have here is it'll be requiring the MIP file to open it. Okay, so just so that's a pretty simple. It's just a plain. So it's going to be very simplistic as far as when you open it up here in Notepad like such. Okay, so now we can take this 3DO, cut this out. I'm going to paste this right into our working folder here for now. From here, what we can do is we can create our and I haven't done this yet, so this is probably good. This will be good practice here. I'm going to create a track edit folder. Okay, so let's do that. We're going to make another folder. We're going to another directory here. You'll probably end up having several deals open here, I guess, to go from one place to the next, because you'll have stuff on your desktop, you'll have a track edit folder, and so on and so forth, to be able to go back and forth to each of those, I guess, to get the things to where they need to be. And that's not uncommon. So what I'm going to do in my third-party tracks here, Torch, you can probably let me know, because as far as just to kind of give some insight as far as like what you're considering to name the track. I would think, at least anyway, if I know you, you'd probably want to name it Texas Texas underscore 2020 underscore TE. You can let me know, I guess, as far as what you're considering as the name of it. But whatever you name your track, this is kind of where that thought process comes into. Yeah, so I was right. It's like I said, if I know you, that's probably what you would have went. And the TE obviously stands for Torch Edition. That's the distinguish, I guess, between the umpteen million different types of tracks that are out there. We've got the SPP tracks. We obviously did some SDS, a couple of them. There's some SRA tracks. I mean, it's, yeah. So just to differentiate as far as which one's what. But this is where you can really consider, I guess, as far as what you want your track name to be. In this case, we're just going to do Texas 2020 TE, like so. So once that is established, we're going to bring our model that we created along with our MIP. And in this case, I'm going to keep it in here. So I'm just going to copy it over to our track edit folder here, like so. Boom. That's pretty much all you need to start for building your track in Sandbox. Alright, so now that we have this established here, we also have our directory for where we want to, to point our Sandbox to. That's another key thing. So before you get anything laid out here, you got to tell it, what am I loading here? Where am I going? Right? So now, I don't technically, this is typically not the direction I go, so this is going to be a little bit of a learning process for me, so we're going to kind of learn as we go here. And Torch, you can definitely feel free to chime in, I guess, as far as any potential problems you might run into as far as doing this way. So as it stands right now, we've opened a Sandbox. Right now we don't have it pointed to any particular directory, right? The approach that I would take, right, is to create a straight, and I'll put that right in the middle of this thing here. So let's create a straight. Now we've got something to save. Now, be in mind, this is before we're even bringing that model of the track in or anything. So you create your straight, and then from here, you can just do a save as. Save as, and then from this point, this is where you can point to where that track directory that we just made is. So this is going to tell Sandbox, this is where I want you to read what you want to save, and it's going to give you some dialogue once you do this too. We're going to walk right through this here. So third party, and now we want to point to that track folder that we just created, just way down here, and then what you want to name it. Now at this point, since we know what we want our name of our track to be, we can just go Texas 2020 TE, and then what I'm also going to do is just put a little bit of notation here. I'm just going to put initial layout. You can name it however you'd like, just to kind of know what's going on with that PTF. So if I do a save, now it's got a PTF for this now, and it's Sandbox is now pointed to that directory to what you just saved, and it should show. Now you now have a PTF here. I'm going to put this like this. You can put it, I like to put it in the medium, so you can see that created that PTF. Now from here, what I like to do, at least anyway with that saved, doesn't matter, you don't need any textures or anything applied to it, just that straight, that's all you need, just for now. And this straight will definitely come into handy when we go to try to, line that up like it's with our plane that we get in there. So what I like to do is, after I get it saved that way, close it out. And then from there, either you double click back on the PTF or just reopen Sandbox, either way, just to remove any potential. Don't try to work with the track initially when you save it, as far as to bring your image in. In most cases you might get some issues, so it's better to close it and reopen it. So like I said, I'm just going to go take the approach of just double clicking on it and ensure that it'll open and it's going to read that directory, because if you got any problems based on that happening, then you need to fix that. Start it over until you get it to this point to where it'll open just like that. That's what you wanted to get it to do. So if it tends to corrupt and not want to open after you do that, fix that problem first. If you don't do that first, and this is just through experience, I'm speaking through experience, if you don't correct that potential issue first, you're going to have problems your entire track build. So it behooves you, I guess, to take that step first. So you did make a track folder, and toss in a few asphalt. See, you can do that too. It's not necessary though, right? From what I just explained there, you don't have to have a track map folder, but from here you can definitely do that. Now that you can confirm that your track is opening, as I just demonstrated, and that's all it's going to have in here is just the straight. And it's going to zoom right in on that center plane. Yeah, from here, what you can do is build on this this edit folder here and add your track map. Okay. But just to kind of give you some insight as far as like what is absolutely needed, I guess, to get your track laid out, you know, to get it set up at least anyway. This is one method. So this is what I do. I'm just sharing that information. You feel free to do how you want it. If you want to get that set up, like if you want to take another track folder you know, from another track build, like say Torch, you use Dover, and you want to use that same construct and just rename the folder, have the track mat and all that stuff, go for it. Just keeping in mind, you do not have to have any textures of any sort in it at all, as far as getting the track PTF initially established, the directory and so on. Just as I just explained, so I won't try to beat that dead horse. So that's the simplicity. Now from here we can bring in our plane. Okay, so if we go, in this case, because it is a model, we'll have to go into object placement. Okay, and since we don't have it in here yet, we're gonna have to do add trackside object, right click, and go down to here, and that should be the only object we have in here. Now it's gonna have all this shared stuff. You're gonna need that all set up prior to doing all this stuff, and I won't go into all that detail. There's a video on that as well, as far as to get your track edit directory set up with your unpacked shared folder and all that jazz. This is assuming you've got that all done. So if we bring in our model, there's our model. So now we can zoom this out, and it's already gonna be centered. This is all based on the construct of the original model for that plane. It's already gonna be all set. So this is, if we go back to geometry, you're gonna have your straight right in the center of this here. Now from here, you can adjust your model. And this is where creating that flat representation of the track geometry to create that DAE. This is going back to why we're doing this in the first place. You can take that initial layout, laying that geometry spline using this plane into Sandbox, and spit that out, save that PTF, and then open that up in 3D Sim and spit that out as a DAE. So let's go through this really quick. I'm going to do this pretty you know, harshly, for lack of a better way to put it, but just to give you an idea of how this works. So you can grab, with this first initial segment at least anyway, you'll be able to grab this. Come on now. It's being stubborn. Oh, you dirty rascal, you. Alright, and what I might have to do, if you run into this problem, as far as not being able to move the segment, in a lot of cases, because I did that whole process like I just explained, as far as to close it out and reopen it, just right click outside the track here and unlock all geometry, if you run into that problem. So what it should allow me to do now I've got these two white dots, now I can manipulate this this track segment. So yeah, if you don't, if it's not giving you that option, zoom out, right click, unlock all geometry, and then you should be all set. Now from here I can manipulate this segment. I'm going to bring that segment, zoom out here a little bit. Now if I already had objects established here, I would definitely not do this step, but just to kind of speed the process up here a little bit, I guess, as far as being able to lay down your track geometry here. And it's going to be all flat. That's the other thing, if I haven't made that clear. You're not going to have your banking and stuff in here. Don't try to do that right off the bat. Just lay it flat so that you can create that template to put into now where it does come into play too, and I'm sure Torch, this is probably what you did, and this is why I feel it's a pretty ingenious option, I guess, to do that. The way you laid the segments down is what's, I don't have that open here, but all those segments that we saw in the actual track template, as far as the manipulation of the vertices and whatever, that's representative of how you laid the track down in that fashion. So like you had segment, you know, as far as the pen and pre-pen, that's where those segments in your track template are going to fall too. So for example, and I'm going to do this really fast, so I'm not trying to line this up, you know, exactly. So like from this point, I'll be able to right click on this and append straight. Whoops, I didn't mean to do it that way. That's alright though. So whether you do a prepend or append, it doesn't matter. But let's just say, let's do straight. We'll go this way. So obviously that shows the difference between append and prepend. Okay. Now, what you also want to keep in mind, I guess is probably fair mention too. Look and see what direction your arrow is going for your track, because that's definitely going to determine the direction of your track. So you don't want it going backwards. So like for example, we don't want to go in this way. We want to go in this way. So as you do this, you want to make sure that your initial arrow is in the proper direction. You're thinking of making it all NASCAR too. Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be awesome, actually. So we're gonna do another prepend. Looks like we got a little bit of a curve here too, and we can manipulate this one this way. I'm just gonna do this really fast, just to kind of. Now, I guess what I wanted to point out here is the way these segments are, as far as these yellow boundaries. That's actually what you're going to see in your model in Max, as far as where those separations are. So take the initiative, I guess, to make use of how you lay your segments out here. Now, no, the way this track is laid out here wouldn't be 100% representative of how the physical geometry that you put in the game is going to be, right? If that makes sense. So just because you've got these particular track segments that you lay out in here to make your track template to bring into Max, that's not going to be the same geometry that you'll use for the sim, because you want to keep those segments to a minimum. I've explained this more times than I care to count. I guess as far as the lesser number of segments that you can have in the track, the better. So like, don't try to make them so small, you know, to accommodate, I guess, different openings and walls and stuff like that if you can help it. But also keeping in mind that you want to not have a segment that's less than 6 meters wide, for example. Okay. I've already explained that enough. I feel I don't want to beat that dead horse, but okay. So let's continue. So again, when you're laying this out here to bring in your model for 3ds Max, what you're considering is where do you want these control points to be as far as the end of each segment. And what I'll do, just to kind of explain this a little bit further, just to kind of give some more clarity, I'm going to open up the scene again in Max 14. So we're done with 5. We've already got our model. Go ahead and reset this. No. Yes. Okay. Let's close this out. We're going to open 14 back up. Bigger segments, bigger, less dense poly. Yeah, that's another good point there, Razor James. So the more, you know, compact as you make your segments, it's going to make the polys like really super compacted, right? So the more you can stretch that out, it's going to reduce the number of polys in that segment as well. Yeah, very much so. So yes, frame rates, and we explained that plenty of times there. I know Torch ended up having a little bit of that issue, and we corrected that. I should say Torch corrected that, I guess, as far as to eliminate that problem. I like to consider it like film stripping. It's the same idea as far as like when you have those old-fashioned film strippings, like the 8mm film, to where if you cut that off and try to splice it back together, for example, you're going to get that skipping, and that's where the frame rate issues come into play. And it's because the simulation is trying to load in all that compacted and condensed poly information in that small segment. It doesn't work very well. Alright, so I need to open up Max 14. Let's load this up here back again real quick. Let's bring this back up. Just making sure nothing's crashing on me here. So far everything's running smooth. Awesome. Alright, so we're going to bring that scene back in here. So just to kind of give some clarity of what I'm talking about, I guess, as far as the no, I want to open. My bad. And we want to navigate to that scene. Got torches folder here, and we want to open up this bad boy. So opening this back up. Yeah, it's fine. That's just telling me I don't have a texture. I have to point that to it once I need to export that. So what I was referring to as far as these segments that are in this model are going to be representative of. So see how these are divided like this? These are going to be representative of the individual segments that Torch would initially. But this wouldn't be representative of how many segments would be in the track model, as far as to bring into the sim. So all these individual segments here would be one track segment, from all these vertical. So you really narrowed it down, I guess, as far as that goes. And that's only for this track model, right? For this track template. That's definitely not what you would want to probably use as your track model, as far as to put it in the sim. That's not going to be representative. That's going to be a totally different model, as far as within Sandbox anyway. But that's the clarification I wanted to make on that anyway. So if you did want to go this small just to make your track template, you can do that, because that'll definitely give you more control and how you can adjust your track template to the LiDAR. Because you might have some areas where you might need this, and these can all be adjusted too. Oops. Yeah, those all be adjusted. That's not exactly how it went. You have 18 segments in total. Really? Okay. Well, just to give some clarity though, I mean, that's basically what will happen if you do it this way. So however you lay your segments down here in Sandbox, and you don't adjust it, I guess, as far as once you get it into max, that's definitely how the segments will be representative once you create that DAE and 3D SimEd. So once I get all this geometry laid out, these segments that are making, dang it, these segments that I'm making here, this would be a segment, this would be a segment, and so on, much the same way as we see like this here. So regardless if that's how you did it or not, that's just something, additional information. There were only 18 segments total. 3D. Okay. How did you get 3D Max, I guess, to do the rest? How do you mean that? Explain that a little bit. Did you create additional segments, I guess, based on that, or what? And it could even be too that how the DAE, if you spit that out, and we'll go through this process here. I'm gonna just lay out a really quick template here. I'm not gonna get real finicky about it. You do definitely want to take the time to be able to lay it out properly, for sure. But I'm gonna do this really quick, at least anyway. It was just that way when you imported it. That's not normally the case, though. That wouldn't necessarily normally be the case, I guess, is the only point that I was trying to make too. So it's really should be representative as far as how you're laying this out, the track geometry spline in Sandbox here, right? That's the way those segments should do. So the fact that it did it that way for you, that's not always 100% going to happen that way, if that makes sense. Alright, so let's continue on this. We're going to prepend another curve. We'll just continue our method here. And what I'm going to use, just on that concept that I just mentioned here, I'm going to create these segments much the same way I want it to be represented, the model that I would create the DAE. So that's what I'm taking into consideration as I lay this out. Dang it. Okay. So we're just going to keep prepending. And this one, in case here, might be straight. Okay. So you can get a little bit, use a few more segments than you would in the actual track that you'll put in the game, in the sim. I guess that's the only point. Why is it not giving me the option to? There we go. It wasn't giving me the options. Like, what the heck? All right. We'll just keep prepending here. And looks like we're getting to get a curve. Change it to this direction. And I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna do this really quick. So you want to take the time or whatever to line it up properly. So if this is not way off, I guess, from your wall, and all that, you would want to delete it out, do the pre-pen, I guess, and all that over, just to make sure. Reverse circuit, is it? That's what I was saying earlier, I guess, as far as which direction your arrows are going. Yep. So which direction my arrows are going. See, but this is what I was showing you. So if we want this to go, you want to pay attention to which area. That might be hard to see. But see, our arrows are going this way. I don't know how the hell you saw that, James, but yeah, you want to take care of that too. Now, for this template, it's not going to matter, right? We only want to get our track template. So even if it is going the wrong way at this point, we're not worried about that, because we're only trying to create the template, I guess, to bring it into max, adjust it to the LiDAR. But when you're creating your actual geometry for the track that you want in the sim, you definitely want to make sure that your arrows are going in the proper direction. In this case, they would need to go this way, not this way, the way I currently have them. So this is more or less going to be a throwaway layout of the track, to just create that track template, our model, and that'll be fine. Right, and in anything, I was just considering, I guess, as far as the just showing the difference between that. So if this was the direction that we were going, pre-pen would be after your lead segment, which in this case would be this one. This is the initial one we laid out. So up pen would be, we're going in this direction, obviously, right? So that's probably a good point that you mentioned that there, James. But yeah, see, our arrow is going this way. That's what happens when you append. It'll go that way. And then pre-pen would be obviously going the opposite direction, which is what I'm doing. In fact, let's just go ahead and correct our, just to humor it, right? I'm gonna go ahead and delete all this. Go all the way back. Because I know the OCD, you probably get the better James for sure. So we'll just go ahead and fix it. But like I said, I'm not considering at all to use this to bring into the game itself. This is just to create the model for our track template to bring into max. Okay, so now that we're back to our lead segment here, this is what we're considering as our lead segment. We can see our arrows going this way. Now, what we want to make sure is to spin this so it's going in the direction that we want our track to go. Okay, that's first and foremost. So now we got our arrow going this way. So this is going to be the direction of our track, this way. Now from here, we can adjust where we want this lead segment to start. So we got our start finish lines right here. Let's get a little bit picky, at least anyway. And I think my playlist ended. Let's go ahead. Boom that back up. There we go. Boom. Alright, so yeah. That was what I was mentioning there earlier, and I kind of glazed over it, I guess, a little bit but yeah, as far as if you were going to consider using this as what you want to have in a simulation, you definitely want to make sure your arrow is going in the proper direction. In this case, it is now. You can see that right there on our new lead segment. Yeah. So not to confuse anybody, it's like if you weren't understanding what the heck I was doing, then more than likely it's going to confuse somebody else. So I'll just go ahead and, so now at this point here, upend we want to do straight, and might actually need a curve. Let's just do this. So upend, we're going in the direction of the track based on the arrow, and this is obviously counterclockwise, as most of these ovals are for NASCAR. Let's do an append curve. There we go. And we'll do another append straight. Yeah, see, so here's something I was talking, so like if you did want to use this as I'd probably want to adjust this here because it's a little bit too much this way. So just delete that. Adjust this accordingly. I wasn't going to do it this way, but I guess I will now. Yeah, see, it's still a little bit crooked there. So you're not going to be able to adjust it on this end, only this way. So you definitely want to make sure you get that radius set correctly before you continue. So let's get it going in the right direction here. And I'm going to do a pen straight. That's a little better. Yeah. Keep it on the straight and narrow. Okay, we'll do another straight. Yeah, hopefully this is making a little bit more sense to people. I tried to be, you know, somewhat explaining things, but I might not have done a very good job. Yeah, I don't like how far that is, so I'm going to delete that. I'm going to adjust this. Yeah, I might have to go back even further here. Let's adjust this a little bit more. Ah, nuts, I'm going to have to go all the way back to that one. Let's bring it back this way a little bit. Yep, this is the part of the process here. So, yeah, I guess since we're on that that discussion there, you definitely want to make sure you've got room for adjustment. Get that radius correct there. Give yourself some room, I guess, as far as like, because once you get that all laid out there, if it's one segment that's straight in comparison to a curve, you're gonna have to go all the way back to that curve and reset it, just as I just showed. Damn, y'all are coming close on that jackpot, I'm telling you. Alright, so we'll do a pin straight. That looks pretty good. I'm going to bring this right up to here. And then now we can append a curve. That's not too bad. Yeah, so right now we can see where the apron is. And from here, once you get this initially laid out here, you'll be able to stretch out these X sections, for example. And then add in your F sections for your track texture and all that good stuff. So as it stands right now, all we got is a center line and our two opposing X sections that define the initial banking, which we're not worried about at this point. We're not worried about that. Don't mess with the X, the height, and the banking and all that stuff at this point. All we're trying to do at this point is lay out a track template to bring into Max, and then we can make. Yeah, we're gonna just go through this process anyway. Let's not try to get ahead of ourselves. Right click, append curve. So from this point, I'll just kind of do it a little bit quicker. Oh, I might have to zoom in a little bit. Make sure you're getting the correct options to be able to append. There we go. Okay, append curve. Append curve. And I'm going to be doing this very quickly there, but you can see, kind of get the idea of how this works anyway. I've shown this before, so I hate to, you know, keep beating a dead horse on there. There's plenty of live coverage, I guess, of laying this types of things out. So if there is any further explanation that needs to be done, feel free to speak up, and I'll try to elaborate on it. But I'm just going to kind of do this rather quickly. At this point here, we can do a straight. Straight. I'm going to keep these segments relatively small, and that's for good reason, because I want to be able to take advantage of these control points. Alright? This will be segments that should populate when I spit this out, this PTF, open it up in 3D Cement and all that stuff, and I'll show that once we get to that point. Yep. Pen straight. Pen straight. Alright, looks like we're now to a curve. We're kind of wandering off here a little bit. I might have to fix this a little bit. So I gotta go all the way back here and delete. Yeah, we kind of wandered off there a little bit. So this is what I was talking about. You might find yourself doing this. So we gotta go all the way back to the curve. Fix that a little bit, and then we'll have to reappend. Now, in most cases, what you could probably get away with, possibly, if you're building the actual track, is I can go all the way down here like this. But there are some openings in the wall here that you might want to consider. But that's just to kind of give some insight. What I want to do is have some control points here. So that's why I'm making these segments a little bit smaller. Okay. And then also, it's telling me whether or not it's wandering off too much too. Because you can't go back here necessarily and adjust that pivot. You got to delete all those segments and reappend. That's just how it works. pretty good so far. Liking it. I'll just extend this out just a tad. And now we can go into curve. Yeah, so the fact that it's got some really definitive lines in here as far as this groove or shadow or whatever it happens to be, I can use that as a guide right in the image itself. That comes in handy. We can use that. Okay. Let's see here. Might be able to get away with doing a straight. Nope. Or I can adjust that. Yeah, let's do this. Some of these parts like that can get a little bit tricky. See how it's a little bit cockeyed there, and you won't be able to straighten that up there. So I want to get the proper trajectory if you're going to use a straight in this section. Let's scoot it up this way a little bit. Nope, that's too much. I'm going the wrong way. I'm telling you. You go a little bit more this way. Closer. A little bit more. There's some kind of veering a little bit away, I guess, from that visual line there. That's fine. We're not 100% dedicated to having to have it there. Straight. That's a little better. So I'm looking for that to be somewhat more parallel, I guess, to that wall there. That looks better. So go straight again. Perfect. And then I'm going to go back into curve. Might have to shorten this up a little bit. Yep. Yeah, see, now, keeping in mind, we can adjust this out here. Yeah. That's if we're considering this to be, you know, our track design. So, if you run into something like this where this line isn't contouring to this, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. What I don't like is how cockeyed this is, though. So I might still do that, redo this. Let's do this. Might have to bring this back some or forward some. Curve. Yeah, there's a couple of different ways you could probably go about this. If you're not liking how that center line, that's particularly how I'm looking at it. If you don't want that center line to have that bow into it, you could probably do, in this case here, do, and again, you want to keep in mind, don't have it less than 6 meters wide as far as the segment. So I'm kind of going back and forth between what would I do, I guess, if I was creating the actual spline to put in the sim as opposed to the template, right? So I'm kind of combining the two, I guess, at this point. So what I can do is do another straight, and you can see that trajectory there. That doesn't work. So what I'll do is I'll go all the way back to, man, I gotta go all the way back there. Alright, let's do that. Let's do this. So I just want to try something here. So do straight. Let's go all the way up here. Now the fact that I won't have a control point, more than likely, I guess in this spot here, if that kind of concerns me. So I wanted to have that control point, I guess, somewhere in this area to be able to adjust on the LiDAR. So that's also something I'm keeping in mind. But if I do a curve at this point, see, now I got a little bit more, you get a little bit better response there, I guess, as far as it being not quite as, you know, flex in there. So as far as for doing it for the actual track build, this would make more sense. And then you could just prepend Once you get pretty close here, when you got just a straight there, you want to pre-pin. And as long as that lines up there, you're good to go. So if we do a pre-pin and a straight, get this to here. See how that lines up? Once you get this to where it wants to connect there, I should be able to attach that and it's good to go. What I don't like is the fact that this is a little bigger than I want it to be, as far as that goes. So as far as building the track, as far as to close this entire geometric spline up, this would work. But as far as for my template, not so much. So I'm going to try it this way just to see how it gives me. I like this response to it, as far as it's giving me that option to attach. So if I go attach, now considering the direction of the track, right? So I'm in this segment right here. So with this being selected here, this is the head, that's the tail. So the fact that I'm over here, I right click on this with that segment selected. I want to attach at head. So now that's now attached. So now this is a completely enclosed track geometry spline. Okay, now from here you can apply your texture, which you will need to have something applied to it, even if it is a generic, checkered pattern, whatever, to be able to save it as a new PTF. And in most cases, what I'll do is I'll do it as a 3D sim ed, label the PTF as such, so I know what that it's relatively considered a throwaway. I won't use this, I guess, for the creation of the track to bring it into the sim anyway. So from here, what I want to do is just a basic texture. So I want to apply an F section, because Sandbox won't do that on its own. You got to tell it what to do, right? So in this case, I need to insert F section, and what you can really do, more than one way you can do this, and we already got the geometry unlocked. You can move these X sections out to accommodate where your F section is. If you're happy with it, just leave it alone. But what you can go ahead and do is just bring your F section all the way over to your X section like that and just lock it in there like so. That way when you apply your texture, it's going to cover all of that area. Okay, that's the approach I'll take to this. So we're just going to bring our X section all the way out to here. So we'll have to build these F sections in here so that we can apply even a generic material on it. Doesn't matter if it's an asphalt, checkered pattern, whatever. But we need to apply some type of material to this for Sandbox to create the polys necessary to create that molded flat version of our build. Okay, so we'll do our F sections here. This is relatively pretty quick. There's no way to really copy pasta, but you just have to go insert F section and just take it all the way out to your X section there. So, and we'll have to do this on both sides. So we'll have to do it here as well as on this X section. You got to be able to close it in there. If you only put the one in there, it's not going to define just this area. Okay. So we want it to only define this particular area. And at this point here, as you're doing this, you can definitely take the initiative, I guess, to adjust your X section. If you're finding some areas that aren't quite covering the track surface as you need to, adjust that. Okay, see, I can adjust it even on the fly here. All the geometry is still unlocked as we initially did here to get that initial straight segment to where we wanted it. Okay. Now, as you're doing this, it is very imperative, if you can't get this done, say like in an hour, okay, with as buggy as Sandbox is, if you're trying to get these things laid out here, even without your check, save often. Okay, even at this point here, even as I say that, I'm gonna go ahead and save this progress here so I don't lose it. Right? Don't try to do it all in one fall swoop. To try to do it, this process here would in most cases probably take you about 45 minutes to an hour to get it all completely out there. Just give yourself that much time. Okay, just to take to be able to tweak on where the X section lie and get it all nice and lined up so you can get that proper track template in this case. With that being said, if you know it's gonna take you that long, save often and get into the discipline of saving often, otherwise you're gonna lose a lot of your work. especially if your sandbox crashes. So that's exactly what I'm going to do here. So for this one, I'll label it as, this is what I like to do, 3D SimEd, because I know I'm going to use this this version of it for 3D SimEd to bring that into export to DAE. So I'll do that, boom, and I'm going to confirm that it's saved, which is right here. So now I can definitely be concerned at this point. So if Sandbox crashes beyond this point, I got this to go back to. Okay. Can't stress that enough. If you want, you know, if you're already lacking patience as it is getting into this, it's going to behoove you to get into the discipline of saving often. Don't try to do all the work at once there as much as you'd want to be able to do that, and then run the risk of losing any and all work that you've done and have to do it all over again. And this is definitely coming from experience. So just at this point, like I said, if Sandbox was to crash right now, I've got that PTF to fall back on that I just saved. Okay. Now, if you can do it pretty fast, you know, as far as to get this all laid out here, I know I'm doing it, you know, kind of more hold your hand mode, as far as to, but if you can do it in less than, you know, if you can do it in a matter of a half an hour or whatever, good for you. But I'd still strongly suggest or whatever, once you get to a certain point, and especially like when you get to this point of laying down your F sections, for example, just save it before you continue. It's just that easy. Many track builder has died in this stage, right? It's like, I can't, no. You got to have the patience. You have to have the patience. So much patience. It's ridiculous. But again, just to reiterate, as far as like why we're doing this, as far as the laying down these F sections, what we're trying to do is define that specific track surface here. By not doing this, if I was to just save it this way, if I tried to open that PTF there, you're not going to have anything there. There's nothing going to be there. Yeah, or it's not going to be defined as you want it to be. So we have to tell Sandbox as far as like what we want, apply, let alone bringing into 3D SimEd and what we want it to render, for example. So in most cases, I think what would happen, if you just tried to bring the PTF without doing this step that I'm doing right now, the whole thing would just be filled in. You know, as far as the infield and all that stuff, it would all be filled in. I believe so. I could be wrong. But I know it won't give you exactly what you're going to want to have as far as the track template to bring it into max. I could be totally wrong on that. So if someone can confirm that, that might be useful information too. But I always make it a point just to put these F sections down. It doesn't hurt to do it, really. And then really what it does by doing this is it allows you, like, if you want to put a specific texture down here, you know, as far as an asphalt or checker pattern, whatever you want to do, I guess, to make it more contrasting, I guess, to lining it up with the LiDAR once you get it into max, this is going to confirm that that's what's going to do for you by applying that texture to these F sections that way. There will be no deniability that will allow you to do that if you do this step. So it just, in my opinion, it just kind of behooves you, I guess, to do that. It's probably not 100% necessary, but I think it definitely is worth it to do it. It doesn't really take that long. You can see how quickly that I'm going through this, and I'm doing this rather quickly, but it's not really too bad. And I'm not taking the time, I guess, to adjust the X section, you know, to that, to line it up more with the, you know, so if I wanted to stretch this out more to the apron here, I'm not taking that initiative, for example. You may necessarily find it necessary to do so. I'm just not, just for the sake of demonstration here anyway. But with all that track geometry unlocked, you definitely can. See, I can adjust this. So again, you can kind of see what I was talking about here. There's no adjustability at this point. So if I wanted to get this to line up more with this, I don't have it. So it almost behooved me to chunk that out and make it smaller. I could probably actually do that if I wanted to. Yeah, in fact, let's do that. Let's go ahead and chunk this out. Yep, chunk it out just like that with it highlighted, and then I'll go ahead and make 2 smaller segments so I can align this a little bit. I want to follow this apron line, for example, using that X section there. So let's do another append straight. And see what's happening to here too, because I've already got this F section applied here, is bringing that with it. So you could even go so far when you initially lay. That was probably another fair point. So like you can put your F sections in your initial track segment, so when you append or prepend, it's already going to have that in there. So it would eliminate one step. Again, I'm just in the hold your hand mode. So just showing all the different ways that you can achieve, I guess, the same result, or next to the same result. So yeah, we can do the same thing here as far as being able. Now in this case here, it's going to be, we want to attach it tail. This will be the head. This is the tail. So in this case, we want to attach segment, add tail. Boom. Now it's all attached. And we still have that F section there. That gives you ideas. Uh-oh. I mean, with as primitive as this application is, I will sandbox it. There's, if you use it properly, if you use it in a particular way, it's very useful. I think the biggest thing is you got to have the patience with it, because it is a very buggy program. You know. So yeah, had I when I was laying out my initial segment there, as far as the append, and had those F sections already applied there, I already had that done, I wouldn't even have to do this step. Okay, so that's just fair thing. It doesn't hurt to have to go back and do it, I guess. But that definitely would save you a step. You can see, you know, pretty much the way I'm doing this anyway, how very quickly this can be done. And this is all before we apply a texture to it. That's even not that difficult either. So once you've got a material or texture planned out for what you want to apply to this region that we're doing here, I guess with the F section, it's just a matter of picking one or the other and applying it based on the F section properties, and copy pasta. Just copy all the way through, and I'll get to that point. It's kind of the built-in sandbox method of copy pasta, because you got the copy properties forward or backwards. That's where that that aspect of the application does come in handy. Kind of speeds up some of the process anyway. Yeah, this is lining up actually pretty good as I go around here, as far as I liking how this center line is lining up, I guess, with either this be a shadow or if that's a part of a track groove or whatnot. It's actually lining up pretty nicely. I'm pretty happy with that. So other than maybe a couple of areas, I haven't really seen any reason to even have to adjust it. You know, and even at this stage here, like if you were considering to build your track, you'd want to take into accommodation if there's openings in the wall, for example. You want to, so like there would probably be a split. Yeah, there's a split right here, so that's already pretty much taken care of there. To have that separation, because you got a wall here and it kind of separates to make an opening. So that's already established there. If there's anything like that, you would want to take that in consideration at this stage, so that you can eliminate any headache down the road. Because once you get to the point where you've already applied your banking and you're getting to the point where you need to split, that's where you're going to run into potential problems. So if you can do it at this step, try to do it then, as opposed to later. Because then all you're doing when you split is you're creating all that condensed polys in your track segments when you split, as opposed to being able to lay it down initially here. And again, I can't stress enough in making sure that it's not less than 6 meters long. And that's the length of the vehicle, you know, as far as the different physics that are available in Inter 2003. Don't make your segments less than 6 meters in length. Not a good idea. Okay, so once I get all these F sections in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save the PTF again, and I'm going to save it as a new PTF, because as I've explained before, it's all depending on what you're actually doing in here. When you're dealing with a lot of heavy, which is what I consider this, a lot of heavy geometry editing, you want to save it as a new PTF. If you're just doing, like, say for example, texture changes, you know, to a wall or the track textures, you know, on the track surfaces, whatever, that in most cases you can just get away with saving over the same PTF. But for stuff like this, where you're adjusting PTFs, you know, you're having to append, prepend, stuff like that, potentially, definitely want to save it as a new PTF. That way you always have that original PTF to fall back on. Save yourself the headache of having to redo it because you saved over a PTF to take advantage, I guess, of a change, a heavy geometry change. And this part here, what I'm doing right now, is what I consider to be a heavy geometry adjustment. Some of your more mild adjustments, like I said, would be just like texture changes to segments and stuff like that. And even then, what the heck did I just... I don't know what I did there. Hopefully I didn't do something stupid. You have a video to make. Oh, James is already... he's on the video. Nice. Okay. So, now that we got all of our F sections in here now, I'm going to zoom out on this, and I'm going to save the track as a new PTF. So what I'm going to do is this, 3D SimEd, and I'll just do this as a 3D SimEd 2, for example. Okay, so now I've got two PTFs that are related to what I'm trying to create here to bring in 3D SimEd. Okay. Now that I can confirm that that one's saved, I can apply some type of texture to this. Now this is where having the track mat in your track edit folder might come in handy. Okay, so what I'm going to do, just for the sake of argument here, I am going to create just a generic texture, and it doesn't even really matter what size it is. I'll probably just do a 512 by 512, for example. Let's do this. This is pretty much the same thing that I did back in another scratch track build that I did with the Charlotte Roval, for example. So what I'll do here, let me think. In fact, I might even have that original texture from the Charlotte Roval build. Let's just beam that up. Save myself a little bit of time here. So let's go mesh. Give me a second to find it. Charlotte 18. I should have in here somewhere. That texture. That's a decal. Well, let me see here. So infield. I think it's this one right here. Yep, there it is. So there's the checkered pattern here. So we're going to use this one here I already got, whoa, that's hard on the eyes. Don't stare at that too much. That'll really screw your eyes up. So yeah, what I'll do, actually, just to save myself some, I already got one made here. That's just a simple checker pattern. I'm going to bring that one, let's see here. Yeah, let's do this. I'm going to go back to that Charlotte Belle there. 18. And we're going to use this MIP. So this is just the MIP format of that one I just opened up in Paint Shop. I'm going to bring that one over to Texas. Just plop this right in here. Actually, because that is going to be a track mat item, I'm going to put it right in here. And this will probably end up being removed from the track folder. So this is just going to be a temporary texture to create that track template that we're trying to do. So it won't necessarily stay in the track once it's done, for example. So what we'll do is I'll just name this Texas 20 LiDAR. Now that we got that in our track mat, we can go into Sandbox. This is the beauty of Sandbox. So I just applied that texture in here. When I go into either one of these F sections, I can go into either this one or that one, doesn't matter which. Might have to zoom in here. Why is it not selecting that bad boy? Hold on. So if you're having, dang it, if you're having an issue with selecting your F sections there we go. So once you get one selected there, that might be, hold on. Nope, that's the X section. So what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and lock it at this point here so I can only get the F section. So that's part of the issue with, so what it's selected right now is the X section, which I don't want to touch. I want to leave that flat. We're not doing anything with that right now. So, and to ensure that I'm getting the F section, what I'll do at this point is just go outside the track here. And, wait a minute. I might have to go into it this way actually, because that only gives you the option to unlock. So what I want to do here, lock geometry. That's like I know it was in here, so I know what's in. So you want to lock geometry at this point. So now it only get the F section, right? So just to ensure I got the F section, and you'll be able to tell because once you go into the F properties for it, if you don't get this populated like so, then you know you don't have the F section, you got the X section. Okay. Alright, so from here, with that being in our track mat, we can see all the textures that aren't being used. And I got some shared stuff in here, so you may not get these. So don't worry about that. These are shared, not used. In most cases, you won't get this. It just happens to be on my own system. So we do have this texture here for the Texas 20 LiDAR. We're going to apply that. And we don't really have to worry about the texture size of it, right? We can just leave that unchecked. So with that applied to that, now here's another good point. The fact that I've selected this one, what that's doing is it's looking for, because the way the textures will get applied is from the inside out. So like I'll probably have to select this one here to get it applied across this where the track surface is. So the fact that I've got it applied here, it's got no other F section here. It doesn't know. It's basically just got it confined to this constraint of that one F section. So it's not going to show anything. Right? So if I had another F section out here, it extend it out this way. Right? So what we need to do, I keep forgetting about this one here. I gotta pass. That one's annoying to me. Sorry about that. I may end up taking that one out of the playlist eventually. So anyway, what I need to do is select this one. Going to... Oh, don't do that to me. You're gonna make a liar out of me? Why is that not applying? Let's reload. I wonder why it's not applying. Hold on a second. Let's look in the camera view. And this is going to have me in the center of the track, so that's... Oh, it is there. Okay, so the ground plane's going to clip in through it. That's what's going on. So it did apply it. Okay, that's what I was wondering as far as like. So it did apply it properly as far as to go. It filled in that area. It's just clipping through the plane. Now, what we could probably do is on the plane, because since that is an object, so we can actually see the checkered pattern. Let's drop that down a little bit. Don't need to drop it much. So let's do this and just drop it down just. We'll put this on fixed, and then we'll minus it. Let's just do 0.2. There we go. So now we can see that white that's applied there, and we don't. Now that we've got both F sections applied there, this just kind of reconfirms what I was saying. It's about, it shouldn't really matter which F section you apply it to. It should still fill this area in. So let's just kind of go back here just to kind of confirm that. Let's go back to geometry. I'm going to remove the texture from here. Make sure it's selected. So let's pull this back to none. And I should be able to apply it here too. Nope. And this is how you can tell. So I had to kind of remind myself as far as what direction it is. So if you're selecting an F section and it doesn't give you any option here, the way it's applying the texture is from the outside in. So that's, I did kind of have it backwards. So just to kind of humor myself again and reaffirm here, you'll be able to tell if you select the F section, if you don't get the option to be able to apply a texture, there's nowhere for it to go. So it's just not going to give you any option. So the fact that I can do it from here, go into my properties, now it gives me the option to apply a texture. So that's just a, now from here I can apply it just to this one segment. We don't need to worry about this. It's got the checkered pattern there. We're just going to leave it just like that. This is where the built-in copy pasta comes into play. So I can do a copy forward in this case. So I'll just span that out here a little bit like that. Let's put this right in the center like that, and then from here we just do copy forward, and that's applying a texture to all of that. Now if you get anywhere where it tends to skip, where it doesn't completely fill in all these different segments that you got there, then you don't have one that's completely attached. So the fact that all those textures did apply in there and it didn't skip or anything like that, we know that's a solid build there. So from here, with that texture being applied to our F sections, we're going to save this. Now, just as I already explained, because we're only in this PTF here, as far as saving the PTF, all I did was apply a texture to, texture change, in this case to the F sections. I can get away with just saving over the PTF that I did previous to this. So I don't necessarily need to save a new PTF. Right, so because that's all it was, is just a texture change. In this case, we didn't have a texture, but it's just a texture change. Now, if it was a geometry edit to the point where I would have had to remove an F section, possibly to delete a segment, to append or pre-append, and so on, you definitely want to save a new PTF, just to save you that any headaches. And that's just again, just speaking from experience. So with this one here, we're just gonna go ahead and save as. And we'll save right over our Simmed 2, just applying that texture. Cool. So now we've got all that information. Now from here, what you want to do in an effort to, you can do, it's not really going to hurt as far as to be able to open that PTF that we just saved into 3D Simmed. What it's going to do is give you the option of whatever, if you want to load in TSOs, which we do have the one TSO that's related to the ground plane. You can just say no. You can also go ahead and save a new PTF without the ground plane in here, and even though it will give you that option to either load TSOs or not in 3D Simmed, it just won't be there anyway. So that's just a couple of ways you can go about it anyway. We're just going to go ahead and try, attempt to open up this PTF with the ground plane applied, and I'll kind of show that. Alright, so let's go here, and then what we want to do, it should give me the option to open a 3D Simmed. Now you can do it this way if you've got it populated that way. What I'm gonna do, and I think that's another shortcut I might have lost now that I think of it. Yep, sure is. Alright, so let me beam this up here. Second. So 3D. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to point to that. And this is another good reason why I like to put a lot of my programs like that into my programs folder, for example. I know where they're at, so like if at any chance, whatever that I do delete as I clean my desktop up here, if I happen to delete my shortcuts or whatever, I know exactly where to look. So it's what I'm going to need to do. We're pretty much done with this for now. So let's just go ahead and cut these out of here, and we'll put that back into here. And that's just a simple overwrite, not a big deal. Now I'm going to navigate to where my 3D Simid is at, which should be in the same folder. Right here. So what I need to do is create a shortcut for this one. Yep, I must have stepped on. I did some serious cleanup on my desktop there, and I definitely removed a lot of my shortcuts as far as that I use on the regular. So we want to desktop shortcut. There we go. So that's my 3D Simid. There we go. I'm just going to rename this a little bit just to remove shortcut. Just to kind of clean it up there a little bit. Now I can load up 3D Simid. Okay. Now we can do import. And you'll need there's some options. This is probably a clear point to go over now. This should already be set up to where I need to, so you can kind of take note of this if you so choose. These are what we've come to find work well as far as bringing in your PTF, as far as maintaining, I guess, a certain level of detail in the PTF that you bring in a 3D Simid. And in this case, it happens to be, forget what version that we're in here. Just let me double check. Currently, this one is the 3.1C. So if you have this version, this is what we've confirmed tends to be the optimal and reasonable import options, I guess, for your PTF. Just to kind of fair mention that. So let's go back to home, and then we want to do import, and I'm gonna go to import options, and then again I'll leave that up there just for a little bit just to kind of confirm what we've come to find. More or less through Racer James has done that, but I think we've all definitely come to that conclusion as far as like what's the best settings to have to get the maximum amount of detail in your PTF that you bring into 3D Simid prior to that DAE export. So as long as you got that all set up, all you got to do is do import and then navigate. In this case, we're going to need to go to, say I had Dover in here. We want to go to that Texas track build. Okay, and that should be right down here, and then pick that that particular PTF that we saved. In this case, it's going to be this one. Now it's going to give us the option to load TSOs. We want to say no. So there you have it. That's just the geometry of the actual track. Okay, now from here you can spit this out as a DAE. So this is just going to be flat. There's no height or whatever in it or anything like that. So that's kind of what we want. So we want to go export, and I think in all actuality you have to go to your export options here, and you should be able to go to plug in export, and it should already have that populated. And if it isn't, you can go select it down here. You want Collida, if I'm saying that right, DAE. And then you can name it however you want, I guess, as far as what that DAE file is named. In this case, I'll just leave it as putting in all lowercase, I guess, as far as the name of the PTF. Okay, so we'll spit this out, and we're going to put that right on the desktop, and it'll give you a little bit of a dialog here. In most cases, you can leave that at default. You don't really need to change anything. The only thing I got checked at this point is just the export all texture coordinates, channels, widths. It doesn't matter in this case, it's all it is a template. But just to keep that checked, that's usually fine. So do OK. Now that we have that DAE saved, we can load that up into Max. That DAE. Now, certain versions of Max you cannot load DAE into. So Torch, you may or may not be able to confirm if DAEs will load in Max 7. I can't confirm, or that I know they will in my Max 14 that I currently have open here. So that's what I'm going to do just to kind of demonstrate here. So let's do import that DAE. We'll navigate to that what's on the desktop. So there's our DAE, and do load it in. Now you get a little bit of a dialog here. In most cases, you won't need to really adjust any of it. Just leave all that just as it is, and then do an OK. It'll give you this warning, and that's normal. Just do OK. And now it has that. You can see that highlighted there. Now you may have to align it into position. As far as to, it looks like it's only shifted on the one axis, from what I can tell here, at least anyway, which is not too bad at all. So we just got to shift it over this way, it looks like. Boom. So that would be your flat version of the track, and then you would adjust that. Now what I wanted to take a look at, let's hide this one that Torch did. So we'll definitely have to bring this new one up. Yep, so there's our, it's going to name this funky. You can always rename that. So that's what it named that that DAE that we brought in there. And you can always rename that once it's in here. So yeah, we can raise this up a little bit. Now what you want to be careful with when you're bringing in this flat, I'm only raising this to show the positioning of it this way. What you want to do in most cases is leave it at 0, because that's ground plane. Right? Because your ground plane is at 0. So you want to adjust this at 0 to the LiDAR. Okay? Don't try to adjust this up, I guess, to accommodate the LiDAR. Don't do that. Leave this at 0 and adjust. That's the whole point of bringing in this template here, is to adjust it to the LiDAR based on ground 0. Okay, so once you've got it aligned, let's do top down here. And you can really see all the segments that are in here, and this is what Torch was talking on. So it all depends on how you laid those segments out there as far as how many you'll get. I've got a lot more because I made a lot smaller segments than I really needed to. So you can kind of see the difference there as far as, now keeping in mind this is not going into the track as far as a permanent object or anything, static or otherwise, as far as the track that'll be used in the simulation. So if it's got a plethora of polys in here, as far as the way this is showing, don't be concerned with that. That's just giving you more room for flexibility of the template, right? And this is all in an effort to be able to bring that into Sandbox so you can adjust your height, as far as your X sections to that model that you're molding here. All right, so let's select this one here. Yeah, so I definitely got a lot more polys in here because of the way I did the segments, and that's really the only comparison I wanted to make between the way Torch had done his, and not that Torch's way is wrong. I don't want to say that, but it is going to make a difference depending on how big you make the segments in Sandbox, how much more condensed your polys are going to be. So you can see the difference here. Let me do it this way. So if I hide the ground plane, hide the LiDAR, man, that's a lot of data. All right, so here's the one I just did. Okay, as far as based on all that track geometry, you can see how many polys are in here. And this is what we're speaking of, because as far as how many polys will exist, you saw how big the segments that I got there. When you make them much more smaller than this, you're going to get just a huge compaction. Even in this little segment here that I did, this is what you want to try and eliminate or keep to a minimum as much as possible. Okay, so this is the one I did, and this would work pretty nicely, I guess, as far as to be able to adjust that to the LiDAR. Let's bring back torches, which is this one, and we can kind of compare. Now, mine might be a little bit out of scale because I didn't go through. I did it really quickly, because as far as not to adjust the X sections and all that jazz, you know, to the actual shape of, you know, the track, you know, based on that image and so on. So his is going to be much more refined than the one I got. I did it very primitively and very fast. So, but just to kind of make the comparisons of the number of polys, you can see this is torches, and the way he did it, which I think is really nice in comparison to the one I did. It's got a lot more polys to it. Here, let me do it this way. So there's torches. I'll just raise mine up. You can see how many more polys are in mine based on the way I did the segments there. So that's something to take in consideration even when you're designing your track, you know, as far as to take it into the sim. That's probably one thing that you can really take into consideration, I guess, even more so, I guess. Now this is just going to be used as a template, right? So the fact that I wouldn't consider using this as the actual track spline as far as to bring it into the sim. Number one, because I didn't really take the time, I guess, to line it up properly as I should have. But also, this is way too compacted of polys, personally, in my opinion. I think this one that Torch has done is probably much more refined. So anyway, so if we want to apply that checkered pattern to this, we've got that map to it. We can go into our material editor. Give that a second to load. Okay, there we go. Let's go this way. We'll go to standard. And then what we want to do is point that to the bitmap. Not necessarily the MIP, but the bitmap in this case, we can just go to our, it's the same one that's in our track edit folder. We can just take the one from here. Nope, not that one. This one right here. Nope, not even that one. What the heck? Did I bring that in there? I don't think I did. Oopsie. My bad. Okay, let's do that really quick. Give me a second. Uh-oh. Don't die on me, stream. Stay with me. Yeah, I kind of burped there a little bit. Yeah, so what I didn't do, let's go ahead and do that really quick. What I didn't do is bring over a bitmap. Probably behooved me to do that anyway. So let's bring this over. So this is based on the MIP that I got there. I'm going to bring this over to our Texas build. Here. Paste that into here, and I'll just rename it. In fact, let me get the name of that here. We named it this right here. So we'll do properties. I want to name it the same so that they comply. So this is going to be representative of this deal here. Okay, now I can load that up in Max here. Let's go over here. Boom. There we go. Now we can apply that. And then with that selected, that's all I'd have to do is do apply. And we might have to map it. We might have to physically map it as far as the UV unwrap it, but that's fine too. Nope. They actually come out pretty good. So you may or may not find it necessary to have to UV unwrap it, but in this case it doesn't look like we have to. It's got that checkered pattern. Now you can put, like I said, any texture that you choose to the track, you know, prior to the saving the PTF and then bringing it into 3D Sim Ed. You can put just a contrasting color if you just want to make it a magenta, whatever you want. You want to make something that's contrasting at least anyway, so that when you compare that to the LiDAR, you can actually see it, right? So in this case, we had the pink that, the magenta that Torch did. So like if we use our own model here, let's bring the LiDAR back. So that's going to be this one. So if we wanted to line this up here, and again, I want to make sure I'm back to ground plane. So bring that back down to 0, and we want to adjust our template to the LiDAR, not the other way around. We don't want to adjust based on, you know, bringing it up like this to get it lined up this way, right? You want to start at ground plane 0, same as the LiDAR itself. Make sure that's basically at 0. In this case, we might even have to bring this down a little bit too, now that I see it. Let me bring that ground plane back. Was that completely at 0? Better double check that. Yeah, so our ground plane's at 0. And so the fact that our actual LiDAR doesn't, the only reason why I think the LiDAR is actually off is because of how we, you know, look to line it up there this way. So we definitely want to make sure that our LiDAR is also set to 0. Okay, so the fact that I didn't, let's go ahead and do that right away. So it's 0 this out. So now it's at 0. So now your LiDAR is at 0, ground plane's at 0. So when you bring in your template for your track, that's also at 0. So you want to line up that track template to that LiDAR. Okay, so that's a key point, and stress that enough. All of this needs to be set at ground plane 0. So do that first before anything. So now I think we're pretty much where we need to be. Now what you may have to end up doing, just to ensure that everything is lining up here, you might have to take your ground plane and just hide it, so that you can work with your LiDAR with your track template. Okay, so at this point, all it really does become is just adjusting the template to the LiDAR. Once everything is scaled properly, as far as, you know, you got your LiDAR scaled to your ground plane, you don't really need it anymore. I mean, you can bring it back just to kind of reassure, you know, that everything's kosher, but it's more or less just a fallback, I guess, if you will, I guess, as far as to, so bring the ground plane back just to ensure everything looks as it should be. So yeah, you can see that's all kind of clipping into it, and that's to be expected, because it's all fighting for the same territory as far as that 0 ground plane. But to give some more clarity in it, we'll hide this, and then we can adjust our LiDAR information to, or the template to the LiDAR. And you can really see at this point too, as far as like where the apron is at in comparison to the track. So we kind of lined this up pretty good, actually. This should be the outside wall. Now, keep in mind, I did not take the time to adjust the F sections or whatever to where the actual, you know, outside and inside walls are and what have you. If I would have taken that, this probably would have lined up a lot more perfectly at this stage. So don't take any of the misalignments that are in here to heart, I guess, as far as like, well, this is way off on this end. That's because I didn't take the time to basically, but don't try to scale this template, because this template is based on the way you lay it out in Sandbox. So going back to Sandbox, however you lay it out here, as long as you've got this properly scaled in here as far as for your ground plane, and you're taking the time, I guess, to lay that out the way it needs to be, don't try to rescale your template once you spit that out. You know, so the fact that if you're seeing this is off right here, don't try to rescale that, because this is where it needs to be. It's a matter, if anything, you might have to look at your LiDAR to see if that's misscaled. You know, check your realignments, I guess, to your ground plane image, to your LiDAR, and so on. Because, and again, it really does come down to how you've got your ground image. That is the basis for the track build. If that's incorrect, everything else is going to be wrong. So whether it be in Sandbox itself here or in 3D Max. But the fact that we're using the same image, oops, we don't need this anymore. The fact that we are using the same image, yes. So the fact that it's the same image between Max and, well, Sandbox, because we're using that same ground plane, we can be assured that there shouldn't be any discrepancies. There's no deviations, I guess, from that scaling. So that in itself is, you know, kind of proves. So going back to how you, and initially, or one of the ways you would go about as far as applying your background image into that, and there's probably video on that too. I'm sure that's probably one we'll have to update to show this process here that Torch is giving us some insight on. If you establish the proper dimensions in Max, you can create an object for that, as we've done. This is kind of all summary. Bring that into your sandbox. That's already centered, all that stuff. So you'll be able to lay all your geometry out just like I did. And I did it really quick, just to kind of show, speed up the processor just for the sake of demonstration. But you would want to take that time to whatever to line it up, properly. Take that initial time, and it would probably take you a good solid hour to be able to do that properly. Granted, it probably took me that long only because I was backtracking as far as to explain, I guess, some other things as far as the pen, the pre-pen, making sure your arrows for your center line are going in the proper direction, and so on and so forth. But you kind of get somewhat of an idea of how that process works. Hopefully. And if there is any additional clarification that needs to be made, feel free to chime in and ask. Oh, yeah. Torch, you were talking about as far as like whether or not going back to the DAE. I know I kind of missed on chat there. I saw you mention, I guess, as far as in there. I just didn't want to be ignorant about it. But yeah, as far as whether or not the DAE would necessarily just fill in completely if you didn't apply the texture to it with the F sections and so on. There's that issue, that potential issue, or if the texture would be applied based on the DAE, as far as like that. So you may have to UV map it. It may come down to that. I think that was the two things that we're discussing, I guess, prior to. But yeah, in this case here, we didn't really find it necessary to have to. All right, so with that all being done, it would just, again, that at least shows the process as far as how you would get that track geometry into Max here, so you can actually adjust it. And then from here, once you get this template to where it needs to be, and we're going to use torches as an example. This was just a quick method that I use, I guess, to kind of show how to get to that point, at least anyway. I'm not going to use this as all. I'm going to go ahead and hide this for now. Let's bring back what Torch has got here with this template. I feel that this is much more refined. I like that a lot better. So what I would do is, if there's any tweaks that need to be done to this, I would just adjust this. Now, do we have this at 0? I might have raised it up there, I don't remember. Yeah, so I'll bring that back down to 0. Now, so if there's any adjustments that need to be made at this point, we would do that. Which, from what I can see, it doesn't look like it. Does not look like it. Now, again, what I did was I put this at 0, and we already know, I confirmed that this is at 0. So we should be good. And just to double check. I'm going to kind of highlight this. And grab a segment here. I want to see how close we are. So what I would consider doing as far as just going like this, and I would probably change my selection tool. Go down to DS. Highlight these verts. Okay. So what we might have to do, Torch, you've already gone through this method here. I didn't really check it to this here. We're definitely, yeah, I can see how much that's lifted here. So the fact that in order to determine, I guess, as far as where the actual 0 plane for this is, maybe you can give a little bit of insight as far as like what you used for what your ground plane was for this. Because all I did basically for this version here is, let's go through that process here a little bit. So with the LiDAR selected there, zeroed that out, but before I did that, I actually did effect pivot and centered it like so, which it already is. Okay, and then make sure that was zeroed out. maybe you can give some confirmation, I guess, as far as what method did you use, I guess, to do this, because it should, in theory, line up much closer than what this is, being at 0. Let's go through this process here. So if we do effect pivot, center that is centered, and it is 100% zeroed out. Yep. But what I'm noticing here is this is not alright, so let's lower this down. Interesting. Okay. Now, it may necessarily have, because we're only doing the track surface itself, there's a lot of averages that are used here, right? So as far as the center point of this model here, the track template, in comparison to the LiDAR data, is going to definitely be different between the two, right? So what I would probably do, and I have shown this in the Charlotte Roval build, this would be based on if you still got the flat version, I guess, of this template. What you'd probably want to do, start with the LiDAR, make sure that's at 0 based on this being all centered, right? Bring your flat track template based on, this one's already obviously adjusted, and then basically set your pivot of that flat track template. You want to set here. Let's do this. Maybe I'll do this on mine. I won't play with yours. Let's do this, just to kind of give an idea here. So let's do unhide this one. Yeah, I'm gonna hide this here really quick too, just to make sure I don't. So what I would do, set the pivot on any one of these, like on this inside edge, for example, to ensure that that's at 0, I guess. I mean, it should already be at 0, but from what I'm seeing here, the track template you got there is raised from the actual LiDAR, and that's the way it should be. The ground changes is kind of weird. Some goes below 0. Okay, but just to give some clarity, so this is at 0 because it's flat, right? I can confirm on the Z here that it is 0. I did the effect pivot. I'm going to recenter that. Yep, I think I might have moved it. So I'm going to recenter that, make sure that's at 0. And then right click on this and make sure this is completely flat. Okay, now if I bring the LiDAR in, we already know we got that scaled in. To ensure that the LiDAR is truly at 0, what you would probably have to do, like you said, that ground transitions are kind of weird. You may find it necessary to have to pin this pivot to one of the lowest spots there, and that's where I think that's where you're coming in. It might be kind of hard to determine what is at 0 and what's below 0, but that would have to be determined in an effort, I guess, to make sure that your track template is getting at the proper level. One way you could probably do it is using something like, say, the tunnel. We know that's probably below 0, and probably undeniably that's more than likely going to be below 0. So what's probably closer to 0. So I guess the point I'm trying to make here is probably not using one of these inside infield segments here. So we might have to use, say, for example, this track apron. We'd have to use something that would be considered 0. Something has to be considered. I don't believe just averaging this the LiDAR out and setting it to center like this is going to be good enough. Now I'm going to have to use mine just to kind of see. I'm kind of curious now. That might be your only best way as far as to average it out that way. Yeah, now that I think of it. I'm going back to my recollection as far as how I did the Charlotte Roval build at this point. Because I had to go through much the same process here. And I'm thinking that's kind of what I might have did. I got the the LiDAR itself, the information from that I had there, just effect pivot. Whoops, I didn't have it selected, my bad. Make sure it's selected. So you do effect pivot, center it. That's going to be your best average of that LiDAR. Now, what you won't necessarily get is like a true ground, ground zero from that, because there's so much height data in here. Yeah, because there's so much height data in here, it might step on as far as getting that accurate. But what I am definitely seeing, even as I look at my own template on here, I got this set to 0 as well. How much that's raised, if that makes any sense. So what I might have to do is lower this. Yeah. This is probably the next difficult, and you might have to play around with this a little bit. I do remember having to do this with the Charlotte Roval too. As far as like, you would have to determine, based on moving this up and down, as far as like what would be ground zero for your track surface here. Yep. Yeah, see how it's, yeah, no, I totally got that. As far as like how what ground zero would be. See how it's clipping into the track already. Now, keeping in mind that our track template that we have here is at 0. So is the LiDAR. It's the average 0, because we got all this additional height data for the LiDAR. But yeah, it does become pretty difficult, I guess, to kind of determine that. Law of averages says that get it close to on one end or the other, say for example, whoops, and go from there. This is the same thing I did with the Charlotte Roval. So law of averages says we would need to have it and split this difference here. So once we can see it start clipping on the one end. Now I'm grabbing it here, but you can also do it this way. You might get a little bit more precision, I guess, with it. So once we can start see it poking through on this end, that's pretty decent right there. So, and if anything, that really does show you, I guess, as far as how much difference there is on one end of the track to the other. So the fact that this is a little bit lower on this end and this is higher, just based on how that's still below the ground, if you will, as far as our track template. Okay, so this is based on what I did. Okay, as you know, that's the template that I did. So let's hide that one, and then unhide the one that you've got. Let's compare this. So what I'm noticing is that one's raised. So to me, if this is adjusted properly, and I'm assuming you might have already done this too, you would need to move this, move these segments down to align it with the LiDAR. So I assume that's what you've already done. Okay, so the only point that I'm trying to make here is, if you haven't already, based on what I've already shown here, you get that LiDAR set the way I just mentioned. Okay, and then if you haven't made any adjustments to this, I guess, to accommodate the LiDAR, based on that, what I just explained there, that's what you'd want to do. Because otherwise it's not gonna be correct. So basically what I did, law of averages, it's just effect pivot on the LiDAR, just to reiterate, centered object, and then make sure it's 0 on the right click that out to make sure that's at 0, and then from there bring in your track geometry and adjust that track geometry template to the LiDAR. What I'm seeing with this one here, that's not done. That's the only the thing I mentioned. It would be very easy to do. If it was just to take, just like I was already showing, go into here, the vertexes. I'm gonna paint these like so. Whoops, get out of that. Let's do that, and then just adjust it to the LiDAR, like so. I like how many control points there are in this, actually. just like that. Yeah, you sent it unadjusted, and that's the only clarification I was looking for there, George. When you sent it to me, it was unadjusted. Right. So it would just, all that would mean is that it would have to be adjusted just like I'm showing it right now. Yep, we just have to go around to all these control points that we have here and adjust it to the LiDAR. So basically what you're doing, this is where you want to have that contrast in there between. So whether or not you just put a solid color like this one is, or if you put that checkered pattern, what's ever best for you. At this point, I'm not really going to worry about as far as how that. I can always adjust that post fact. I just want to get these initial segments here laying down like so. Whoa, crap. Watch my drag selects there. But you can see with all these vertices that we have here, we can definitely, we got room for flexibility here to be able to adjust it like so. That's really nice. So once we get this all conformed to the LiDAR, for example, whoops, got a split in there, it looks like. Let's do it this way. Yep. So we definitely got room for that. And I remember going, this is all too much memories, because as far as when I was doing the Charlotte Roval build, as far as having to adjust all the template to that LiDAR. But you need to do this in order to create that usable model into Sandbox, so you can get that height correct for the X sections and whatnot. Yep. So we'll kind of go through this process here a little bit. I know, Torch, you probably already got it done, I'm sure, but just to kind of show that process. So once you get that all done, yep, once you get this all done, you'll be able to spit this out as a model. It's much the same process that we use to bring in the ground plane to Sandbox and so on. That'd be much that same process. You would need to create a pass file for it, create the 3DO, whoops, and whoops, the heck? Oh, okay. My drag selects are just terrible is all. Don't mind my misclicks. But so you can kind of get the idea of how adjusting that template to the LiDAR is anyway. You're getting it to clip in there evenly as much as possible. Oh, you adjusted it many times? I'm going to do this like really harshly, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it, just to kind of show the process here. So I'm just going to go quickly through there. You definitely want to make sure you're taking the time to really, you know, smooth it out. Get an even amount of clip and all these segments for this low poly model of the track geometry. And in most cases too, I know James has done this too, so you can feel free to chime in this on too. If you can get the actual satellite image applied to the LiDAR, that helps it even further. In fact, I'm just kind of curious now how well this will map. Let's go into the LiDAR itself. This might make my 3ds Max puke itself, but we'll see. He says you have about 30 PTFs right now and still not 100% satisfied. Yep. Yeah. Alright, so I'm going to go into the LiDAR here. I'm going to see how this will work as far as like applying this SAT image, which is basically the same one as our ground plane. I'm going to apply this to the LiDAR and just see what happens here. Oh, we might have to UV unwrap it, but let's just see here. Yep, so it comes out black initially, which is totally understandable. Alright, so let's do this. Let's do an unwrap. Oh, don't poop itself. Okay, I was worried there for a second. Sometimes when you get into these heavy pieces of LiDAR here, it might. Whoa. Well, I'm just kind of humoring myself is all. So let's do this. Don't poop yourself. This process does use a lot of memory, that's for sure. Alright, there we go. Wow, that was a lot for it to load. It's still chugging here a little bit. Give it a second to catch up. Yikes, okay. Yeah, so it just kind of gives you somewhat of an idea of how much this involves. So if I go like this. There we go. And then what we'd have to do is line up our polys here. If we go into poly view. And this is all LiDAR. Now keeping in mind there's a lot of information in that LiDAR scan here. So if Max ends up pooping itself, I'll definitely understand why. Yeah. Definitely. And this is kind of just what I wanted to humor myself on anyway, just to see how much it would handle it. So yep. Okay, we got it all selected. Wow. Yeah. There we go. I'm going to give that a second. It's trying. I'm surprised it isn't killing the stream, to be honest. Alright, anyway, so we got that all selected. So what I'm going to do is go into freeform mode here. Hopefully. Oh, yep. And this is just, if anything, it's going to give you some insight as far as just how potentially difficult this is. So the different types of... oh, crap. I just got to give it a second to catch up is all. It's a lot of information for it to scale, so that's the only reason why it's probably pooping itself. But I was just kind of curious to know anyway. Don't crash on me. There we go. So it did adjust. It's still catching up. It's a lot of information though, so I won't go any further with that, but just to kind of give you some information, I was just kind of only a little bit, I wanted to humor myself anyway as far as how well or easy I could or couldn't apply the sat image to the LiDAR. But if you can get it to go that way, that's gonna help you as well. If you can get it to not poop itself. Yeah, I won't go any further with that because that's too harsh to watch. All right, we're gonna go ahead and collapse that. Yes. But anyway, you can see the actual LiDAR information as far as where that is in comparison. Just for reference, at least, anyway. So I got it loosely lined up, but it's not quite there. Yikes! All right, so what I'll do, let me go into this. I need to remove that mapping to it. So what we'll do, I gotta remember how to do that again. Brain fart. There's a method to do that, I can't remember. I think what I'll do, just for the sake of it, I'm gonna go into just a standard sphere here and just apply it this way. That'll be alright. I think I had it as green. I think that was the initial color when I brought the LiDAR in there, so I can just go like this. Yeah, we'll set it this way. That's fine. Okay, and then we can go apply. There. Just put it back green. There we go. That will work. Yeah, so I got to humor myself at least anyway. How that would be. But in any case, as long as you've got some contrast between the LiDAR and your actual low poly template for your track. That's really the key to it. Start here, so let's go back into adjusting our verts here. Might have to bring these up a little bit. Yeah, so I don't have any adjustment here. Oh yeah, I do. Never mind. Spoke too soon. What I would want to do prior with this template that Torch has got here, what I'd more than likely want to do is make sure there is a texture like, say, the checker pattern to be able to apply to the template, so I have something feasible. That's the only reason why. And it doesn't matter, like I said, what you use. If it's just a texture that has, say, the magenta color, or if it's checker pattern, put some type of texture MIP, MIP texture to it. That way when you bring it into Sandbox, you've got something applied to that in the form of a model, as opposed to just a basic texture. Apply a texture to it. Just go that extra extent, because you're going to have to create the model anyway, as far as through pass file, running it through Make3DO and all that stuff. Get yourself some practice, I guess, as far as how you would create some of your models for your track, if anything. No reason to get too lazy, I guess, about how you apply lack of a texture to your track template here based on your track geometry. So the way this is right now, I just got a just a standard color, but I would probably go ahead and put the checker pattern to it. I've already got it applied in this scene, at least anyway, to the model of the track that I did. Alright, so. But what I'm kind of curious at this point, not really curious, but I guess, just kind of interested. The track that I've got open up in here, if I set this model that I'm creating currently, I guess based on Torches here, I'll be able to bring that in there and just see how well that model lines up with our, the track ground plane in here. And just eliminate and see how it, lines up with our. Yeah, it's just curiosity is killing the cat, I guess, at this point. So I just want to know how well that's going to line up, is all. So yeah, as you were mentioning there, Torch, you've got 30 different PTFs. So that kind of lines up what I was talking about earlier, as far as like anytime you're going to do like a really heavy geometry edit, as far as like changing the banking, realigning as far as like how your track template is, your LiDAR template, and so on, and then adjusting the heights in the X sections accordingly. Yeah, you're gonna have several PTFs, I guess, as far as to get it to where you want it, where you feel it's it's where you want it to be. So that's all a part of being the track creator, as far as does it satisfy what you were trying to accomplish. And if it doesn't, you've got that flexibility of coming back into Max, make the appropriate adjustments to your track template, and then carrying that over to the adjustments you would need to make in Sandbox to your track to get it to conform to what it needs to be. But by having this LiDAR information, being able to line up a template like this in such a fashion, that's something we just never had for quite some time in a lot of track builds. So the fact that we do have it now, it just makes sense, I guess, to really use it. There's no sense not to use it. And again, that might be just my own opinion, but I think it's a solid opinion. Oh, I missed a segment here. Yeah, we can get it close at least anyway. Oopsie. Yeah, I'll have to go back through that. In most cases, you should be able to get pretty darn close. What the heck happened there? Missed the middle one entirely. There we go. Yeah, so what I'll do with Torch's template here is I'll attempt to make my own 3DO model to bring into Sandbox, and then yeah, we can go from there. What I'm already thinking what I might have to do though, because I'll probably apply the checkered pattern to the model that I'm creating in Max here, I'll probably put a different texture onto this so that those don't clash, because I won't be able to tell how well that's lining up by having both the model and the track surface in here currently, even in its flat conformity here. I won't be able to tell the difference between them and having two checkered patterns. So I need, again, it all comes down to contrast. You need to have this contrast. So it's the same way that I got here in Max to be able to tell where things need to be adjusted. Got some really good control points in here though. Mine, the one that I did, it definitely has a lot more than this, and that may or may not be a detriment. I definitely feel this one's probably a lot more usable than what mine is. I did mine really quick, and really just to show the differences as far as like how many the compacted and condensed polys that you'll get based on the size of your segment that you create in Sandbox. Whoa, whoopsie. Got carried away again. There we go. So now we're at least loosely set to the LiDAR. Now we can make additional adjustments here. Let's see. Alright, so that's already on the apron side there. That's already good. The fact that we got these, what the heck? Interesting. So is it that? Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah. So now I just want to get it this way. Yep, so we got some further adjustment to make here. So we're getting it just to barely clip into this here. Now the fact that I'm using just the gizmo here, you can do it either there or just dragging this way too. You might get a little bit more preciseness this way. There's a couple different ways of being able to grab those different control points on the track template, at least anyway. Might have this a little too low. There we go. See, that's why I was saying, as far as the track template that I've got there, it's got a lot more adjustability, almost maybe too many. As far as this process, this part of the process here goes, probably less is better. Less is definitely going to work out better than more. So lesser is better. And by just kind of demonstrating this process here, you can kind of see why. So all we're trying to do is just get it to conform to the LiDAR. And this is bulk of the process, you know, what you would need to do, I guess, as far as to create a LiDAR template. And that's only because we're not able to use the LiDAR directly to bring that in as a model to our sandbox. If that was the case, then we wouldn't even need to do this part. But the fact that that's what creates that necessity to have to do that. This is bringing me back memories, I guess, to the Charlotte Roval scratch track build. I remember going through this process quite a bit. Honestly, I would probably prefer this process more than I would placement of foam. as much as you know, the process that we have currently, at least, is, you know, as far as how efficient, for the lack of a better way to put it, it's so time consuming as far as laying foam. And so again, if I had my choice of which part of the process to do over the other, I would probably do this. I can tolerate creating the LiDAR template as opposed to laying down foam. Now we've definitely seen what the end result of laying the foam out, foam piece by foam piece, you know, how that actually results. The results speak for themselves, I guess, as far as taking the time to be able to do that. I just wish there was a little bit quicker way of doing the foam, is all. You can get very, very super duper OCD on the placement of the foam, that's for sure. Whoa, easy, easy. Got a little carried away. I'm trying to just go on the Z is all. Which is funny because it really doesn't conform to the track stats of 5% banking on the straights and 20%. Oh, really? Is that what you've come to that conclusion? That's why you can't 100%. I mean, if anything, that's what really, you know, has always bugged me as far as how people look at the track stats. You know, as far as like what you can't go by that. You know, if you're building your track just based on that raw data like that, that just doesn't work. But how far have you come to the conclusion it's off? There, Torch. I mean, if it's more than, say, a degree, or even 5 degrees, that's pretty significant. Not even close? Well, that would tend to raise questions to me. Is the way I'm going about it not being done correct? Alright? That would be my first initial question. It's like, if it's like way off, that would raise me questions like, is the process that I'm using, you know, as far as to apply the LiDAR to it, I guess, is it correct? You know? Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, so if it's ending up being, like, say, more than 5 degrees, say, for example, that to me is a huge difference. So it's like, if it's saying, you know, in the process of doing this, the straights are like at 10 degrees as opposed to 5, that to me is a pretty significant difference. You wouldn't say way off, but it is not to that. Okay. You know what I mean? They can only put an approximation, right, as far as the degrees of banking, especially like on straightaways and stuff like that. That's not what you want to go by 100%, I guess, as far as when you're building a track. That's where LiDAR comes in. Yep, that's going to give you that true definition of where the track needs to be. So even as I'm doing this here, you can really see, you know, what that is. And once you get it in the sandbox, that you're really going to be able to see, because once you get in the X section there and start really tweaking on it, it's going to totally confirm, just like you have, as far as what the banking actually is. Yeah, so it's not that much. What was the actual number anyway? As far as how much is it? How much of yeah, is it showing for you? I guess as far as straightaways, for example. It's actually not too bad open through here. I want a little bit of a clip there, but not too much. So this is much the same process that Torch would have necessarily gone through, much the same way as I'm doing right now. I guess as far as to get the template, our LiDAR template, conform to the LiDAR. Somewhere less and somewhere more. I gotcha. See, where they, you know, where they actually measure, you know, as far as those specifications that they put down there is going to be different in other spots, right? So it's not going to be uniform across the whole straightaway, say for example. You're going to have more or less banking in different areas of the track, because it's not going to be perfectly it's going to have an elevation change from one end of the track to the next, as I've pretty much already shown. So that's automatically going to create more banking in one part of the straightaway as opposed to another, and that's normal. That's normal. This, as long as it isn't a really super duper extreme difference. Yeah. Wait, is there no one? Oh, they're there. And I buried those pretty good. Oh, no. Lady Death comes in here. Good evening, shot. How we doing there, Lady Death? Let's see. That's going to come up quite a bit, actually, here. I'm sort of staying off my feet. Had to go run a few errands today. Oh yeah, for sure. So are you laying down or sitting down? Like I said, for like a bit. I know when you were in Juice's stream there last night, you were mentioning this as far as oh, you're sitting on the donut? Okay. I didn't want to mention it, but I figured if you did, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. Yeah, okay. I'm getting super focused on here, so I don't mean to be too ignorant there. But just for some clarity as far as like what's going on here, we are trying to adjust. This pink area here is going to be a template for laying out a track surface. The green area is based on real-world information in the form of what we consider to be LiDAR or terrain. So this is actual terrain that exists in the world, real world. And so what we're trying to do is create this low poly model of that terrain so that we can bring it into our sandbox and actually create track based on that. Okay, it's just a donut. All right. Just as long as you're okay with it. I didn't want to put you on the spot, like I said. Some people can necessarily get, you know, sensitive about that, so I don't. Let alone pick on it even. There's nothing humorous, in my opinion, as far as hurting your backside. Not the fun at all. Been there, done that. Good deal. But I will also understand, I guess, if you can't stay too long, will not hold against you, I guess, as far as that goes. But I do appreciate you stopping by, see what we got going on here. Again, just as usual, we got lots of useful information to be used for doing these types of processes here. Oh, I just adjusted that. I gotta take it easy on my misclicks here. Yeah, do also for anybody, you know, that still lurking up there in the chat, you have any questions, I guess, as far as what's going on here, feel free to ask. The only dumb questions around here are the ones that aren't asked. I always leave lots and plenty of room, I guess, for asking questions. I know a lot of this stuff is very alien, I guess, to some people, as far as like what in the world, but it really does give some perspective on, you know, these different games that we play. As far as in the virtual world, they had to be created by somebody, and whatever method that they use, I guess, to get it created and to be able to get it into a simulation or any type of game, that's, you know, it's very skewed, it's different. This is just one of many methods, I guess, that are probably used, I guess, to get things in the real world, I guess, into a virtual game. One of the kids went with you, and I wasn't allowed to push the buggy, pick up anything upwards. Worst part was the big bumps. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, that donut only helps out, I guess, to a certain extent. Bumps aren't one of them. There were 4 bumps. Must be some pretty significant bumps then. Hey, how we doing there, South Texas? How's it going? We're just in the process here of creating a template for, you know, so again, just to give you some more clarity on what's got going on here. So the green area is based on real world information. That is, in this case, the Texas Motor Speedway. And what we're doing is in the process of creating a template that we can put into our sandbox here and be able to conform that height data into our track here, because we cannot use that information directly that's representative in this green part, because it's just too much information. So we have to kind of dummy it down as far as to break it down into this pink area, this magenta area, to be able to bring that information into our track build. So that's what I'm doing at the moment, is just conforming our template here to this real world LiDAR information, cloud point data. Pretty good, suffering through some Suffering through some Bud Light. I wouldn't necessarily consider that suffering. This is as long as you're able to enjoy it, taste it, indulge in it. I'll probably be getting my drink on post stream, that's for sure. That's what I like to do, I guess, as far as to drink sociably. You know. Ain't much to taste. Well, there's a little bit of taste there. Especially if you have it with, you know, a pretty good meal. Have it with some burgers or some steak or whatever. Yeah. Maybe some leftover turkey. Yeah, I still have some left from the turkey day. Lately, I guess anymore, what I've been doing is having cold cut sandwiches with it. It's good stuff. You don't understand light beer? What do you not understand? We can help explain. I mean, in general, as far as just having light beer, it's supposed to be lower calories. Because if you're having just a non-light beer, as far as just having one that's not light, it's got a lot more calories. And in most cases, depending on the beer, like one 12-ounce drink might have 100 calories, 110 calories, whereas a light beer will have less than that, for example. So, in an effort, I guess, to be able to drink more, that's why some would prefer, I guess, to drink light beer, so that they can have more as opposed to less. But as far as taste of it, really no difference. At least I don't usually. It's usually a matter of preference, really. I will say there are plenty of beers out there that just taste absolutely horrible, like Corona. Perfect example. Coronas, I can't stand those. Those taste awful. That's definitely an acquired taste. Yeah, I haven't went in so long, and that's probably understandable. But like I said, like if you hear a lot of people, they like Coronas, and they usually will have a Corona with like a lime, slice of lime or lemon. There's reason for that, because it tastes horrible. Man, I really dug this one down here pretty good. Holy crap! Can't even see the. There, whoa, crap! I need to bring these up just a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. Clip that down just a little too far. Oh, Mickey's was good. Budweiser's were my go-to. When I felt fancy, I liked Alaskan Amber. Just the fact that you mentioned amber, that's kind of a, as far as the lagers tend to be lighter in color, as opposed to, say, like your stout. Lately anymore, I've been really privy, I guess, to beers like Guinness, Newcastle, Killian's Irish Red. Pretty good stuff. The darker beers definitely do have a much different taste than the lighter colored beers. And that was kind of the confusion with me for a while, because as far as a light beer doesn't necessarily mean it's light colored. It really just comes down to how many calories it has. Let alone if it's, there's a little bit to say, I guess, about how much alcohol, a percentage. Most of your your common beers tend to have like about 7%, which isn't all that much, but when you obviously drinking in multiplicity there, it can get you pretty hammered. As far as your blood alcohol all that stuff like that. But you can get into the real heavy stuff as far as like when you compare that to like some whiskeys, when you're talking like 80 proof, for example. Yeah, and then you're talking higher alcohol content there. You can't stand dry wine. I'm not a big wine drinker myself either. Yeah. I've had, you know, what they consider to be, I guess, the bubbly. I guess as far as just like champagne, that's probably about the closest that I'll go with wine. There's plenty of people I know that do like wine, though. Be it either Merlot, like white Zinfandel. It's kind of more on the lighter colored side. They definitely got different tastes too. Man, I really sunk this sucker down over here. There's one I found that I absolutely love. South Texas. Which one is that there, Lady Death? I love whiskey. I got everything from 80 proof to 120 plus. Damn. Yep. You got quite the variety there, South Texas. Nothing wrong with that. Having some variety. Oh, this is that one I gotta... Okay, never mind. We're good. So what I'm basically trying to get to the point here is get this to where I can actually export this out as a 3DS. I'll apply a texture to it. And if I need to UV unwrap it or whatever, I'll go ahead and do that. May or may not need to. But first steps first, we need to get it conformed to the LiDAR. Now I know Torch has already done this process here, so I'm just kind of going through, I guess, what he would obviously had to do already. But having these, you know, these several different control points, you know, in the form of vertexes here, definitely comes in handy. Definitely comes in handy. I think I got like 19 or 20 bottles. Wow. I got some 100 You got some 155. That's as smooth as... Wow. 155 proof? Damn. We're talking like 15% alcohol there. Better, more than 15% alcohol. Holy smokes. Yeah, so that's what I've come to understand with, you know, so by proof there, it's usually take 10% of that. 10% of the proof basically gives you how much alcohol per serving. So if you're taking a shot of 155 proof, that's 15% alcohol. Yeah. What's the numbers on Wild Turkey? Oh, I want to say it's 80. Oh, proof is half? Is that what it is? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I had to refresh my memory there, so it's half of it. So if it's 80 proof, that's 40%. Yeah, there we go. That makes more sense. I knew it was something like that. It's half. Gotcha. So 155 proof, that would be like 70%. Damn. You get freaking wasted on that stuff. And just a couple of shots. Holy crap. Yeah. Alright, I think I got this pretty close. Now, with all this being done, even with what I've done here, I might find it necessary to have to make further adjustments than what I just did here. But for now, I think pretty good. So what I'm looking at right now is just to see how how much clipping that I have between the green and the magenta. So we definitely want to get that as close as we can, like that. So I'm just double checking. Yeah, so some of this still needs to be adjusted over here. See, by panning it out a little bit, I can see a little bit better perspective as far as like if there's some pyramiding going on in here. We definitely don't want to have it. In most cases, it's not going to be even. You know, even though it's angled here, you're going to have like a dip or a crown into a lot of these areas. And I want to make sure presenting that in the template here as much as possible. Okay. I think we got a pretty gosh darn good start on this though. Oh, I need to come down a little bit. So just from clarity here, and this is why I got this in here as a placeholder. This is the big hoss that's on the back stretch. So that's the back stretch of the track. So this would be going down the back stretch. Whoops. Going into turn 3. Apex is 3 and 4. Coming out of 4. And then back on the front stretch here, which is what is usually considered the dog leg. And by dog leg, they usually call it the dog leg because it's like bent. Kind of looks like a dog leg. So you got the leg that comes down from the hip, then you got the bend. I don't know. That's what they always usually refer to as some of these straightaways that like that. They got a dog leg. They're not perfectly straight across like the back stretch, for example. Okay, so I think we're good to go on this. So what I'll do from here, and Torch has his version of what he's gone through 30 renditions, I guess, of that. Going through this process here to get it to where he feels it needs to be. So, yep. With this selected here, let's go into our material editor. Let's see here. And we want to apply. Is this the one? I gotta remember. No. I don't think that's it. Nope, that's our big hoss texture. That's the pink. This one is the LiDAR. Yes, that's the one I want right there. That is the one that I want. So apply. And it's looking like I might have to UV map that, which is fine. Perfectly fine. So I got the texture applied to it here, but I'm going to unwrap this template, and we'll go ahead and map that to it. Yeah, let's do that real quick. So with that selected, we're doing unwrap. There we go. And just for the sake of it, let's go like this. There's our track layout. Let's bring in our texture that we got applied. Now from here, I'm going to go to poly select. And we'll just scale this up a little bit. Probably something like that. There we go. That way, at least we got a pattern on here. And like I was saying, probably what I'll end up doing in their track, so I got that applied to our track surface here currently to show that process as far as how to get that initial flat template into Max. I'll probably put a different texture onto this. So just to prepare that, I'm going to take a texture, say from, oh, I don't know, let's say, let's go into this one here, and we'll grab an asphalt texture from here. Probably even what I might do, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's do this. I'm gonna make a new texture and just make it a magenta. It's gonna be just a simple texture. So I'll make that up here in Paint Shop Pro. Let's do new 512 by 512. Doesn't matter what size really. And what is this one here? Okay, that's the overhead. Let's apply the magenta. I want something contrasting, so I don't want it to clash with the checker pattern that I have on the template that I have there, that I'm creating in Max here. I want something that'll differentiate against the two pieces there as far as the track geometry spline and the mold. So I can do the same thing as I did in Max here to see that how much it's clipping or not, for example. So let's do this. We'll do layers, merge all, flatten, and do a save as. Go to tracks, third party, Texas, and then I'm going to put this right in the track map folder. Save this as a bitmap, and let's just name this as pink. That way we know what it is. Oops, helps if I can spell it right. Words are hard. Alright, so save that as a bitmap. And then from here, what we'll have to do, go into track map folder here, go into our trusty dusty WinMap 2, navigate to that folder, and what's really nice is it's all the way down here. Here. Pink. Boom. And then I don't want to apply transparency or anything to it, so I'm just going to leave it just like it is. So in most cases here, when we see magenta, we want to apply that swath in invisible color. We don't need to do that here. Yep. Leave that all the same. Save as, and just save it as pink. Cool. You can name it however you like, but just to kind of keep it simple here. So what I'll do, just to prep this up here, I'm going to apply to all these F sections here that texture. So I'm going to go pink and copy forward. There we go. So that's all prepped up. Oh, this is that one that carries on and on and on and on. Let me skip that. Thank you. That's enough of that one. Okay, there we go. Alright, so now we got our magenta color applied to our track, and that's going to look really funky in here too. It's the neon road. Okay, so now we got something to contrast at least once we bring our model in. Alrighty then, so let's finish that up here. So we got our model here, we got it mapped, unwrapped it, collapsed all, boom. Okay, now what I'm going to do, just for the sake of this here, I'm going to take this model out. I was just showing that process there. We already have it. That was the model that I created. Don't really need that in here, so let's go ahead and delete that. Boom. Okay. Just making sure what I left in here. So I'm going to save this scene. That'll work. Save that there real quick. None. What I want to do is take out, let's make sure I don't have anything hidden. I got the ground plane hidden, okay. Now I'll do a select all. And I want to isolate just the track template. Delete that out. So now we got this, we can create a 3ds for. So let's export that out. And I'll put that into our working folder here. This is what I was talking about as far as being able to resize this dialog box. You can't do this in Max 5. It's just those little things like that as far as like how far 3ds Max has come, going all the way back to 2005. Which is pretty much about the time that the Max 5 came out, was about then, maybe a little bit earlier than that, but It's been out a while. Okay, so we want to save this as track. Now, Texas track. Template. Whoop, that's not where I wanted that. There we go. Spit that out. Yes. Now, and it's going to bark at me for the naming of that. I'm not worried about that. That's fine. So just to confirm, it's saved to 3DS. There it is right there. So now I'll be able to open that up in Max 5. So we can make our model, our 3DO model for that. So let's do reset. Don't save. And yes. Okay, let's get out of this. And we'll load up Max 5. And then what I'll have to do, let's prep this up here too. I need to get back to our Make 3DO, which is in here and here. I think I still got the command prompt up here too. Yep, we're still in that directory. So I'll be able to bring that model in here once we get to that point. Something else I want to prep up here. So we need do I already have the, no, that's the tech, that's the overhead. The LiDAR MIP and the pink. Alright, hold on. Get ahead of myself there. So the texture that I applied to that 3DS was this one here. Okay. So we need to make sure that this is in our track folder here, which I believe it is. No. So I need to bring that over to that too. Yeah, that's all placeholder here, so I'm just going to copy this over here. This is the texture that I applied to that template, so I want to put that in there. That is an object, so it doesn't read, objects don't read from the track map. But the fact that I still had this attached to there, even though I got the pink on here now, I'm going to leave that in the track map just in case I want to use that for a track texture. So I'll have it both here and in here. So it's kind of versatile in that fashion. But I definitely need to have it in here, so once I create that 3DO, it's going to read this MIP texture just for that model of that track template. Okay, that's just a little bit of prep on that. Alright, let's load up Max 5. Oops. Okay, so that was the DAE that we created there. I can put my shortcut back over on my other monitor here. Getting my shortcuts back slowly but surely. I definitely deleted some of them. I didn't care to do that too. Alright, so let's load up Max 5. Boom. Give this a second. Yep, and it's going to bark at me because I've got the pass plugin in more than one location. Okay, now we need to import that 3DS we created of the track template. So we got right here. Open that up. Completely replace and do not convert. Boom. There's our model. And we need to bring up our material editor and apply that texture that we want to it, which is that checkered pattern right there. In this case, I'm using the raw image and not the MIP, as we always do for that. And you definitely want to make sure that that texture is applied prior to export, otherwise you'll just get a generic material applied to that. Okay, so with that all done, export that out as a pass, and we'll put that right into same folder here, only as a pass file. Okay, we want to do Texas 20. Yeah, track. Whoops. Thought I put an underscore in there, I guess not. Track template. There. So I got the 3ds in there. I'm naming that the same as the pass file. I'll spit that out. 2E. So now I just want to confirm that it saved that, and there's our pass. So now we're going to bring this over to our make dat utility. It's right here, as well as the texture, which is this one. Oh. There we go. So now we got the files we need to make our 3DO. So we'll go ahead and go into the command prompt. We're already there. So again, call up the make 3DO utility. We're using a raw pass file, so -p. And then the name of the pass file happens to be Texas 20 underscore track underscore template. And again, you can go this way as far as to copy the properties for that there and paste that into the command prompt if you want to, or just type it out like I just did. Either way. So we don't have any other parameters to that. We'll do enter, and then it'll spit out that object. So now we can bring that over to our track edit folder, which is here, and we already prepped this up here to bring that texture in here. So if I open this in 3D SimEd, there's our model. Okay, now we just got to bring that into our sandbox. Okay, so if we go import, actually we got to get into object placement view, because it is an object. Right click anywhere unchecked here and do add trackside object. We should have 2 objects down here now, one for our ground plane and now our template. And there's our template. Now, for some reason we're not centered up here, so we'll need to go into the properties for that and ensure that that's zeroed out, like so. Okay, now I think also what we're going to need to do, let's go in this view here. So we got to add a 0Z as far as the height. Okay, there we go. Get my orientation here, so we can see everything's clipping into each other because it's all fighting for the same territory, because it's all at 0 plane, and that's to be expected. That's normal. What I can probably do at this point is just take out. Okay, this is one disadvantage I can already see. So as much as that's nice to bring in the 3D model of the plane, the other advantage I see to bringing a background image into the track here is we can turn it off. See, with the model we can't do that. So the only way we can get the image, the ground plane image, in this case here with it being in models, we did have to delete it. So, and then just bring it back in, which is not hard to do, just to go ahead and bring it back in. But with the background image, as far as adjusting it this way, we'd be able to turn it off and bring it back and still have those parameters. So there's a pro and con, I guess, as far as using a background image without the 3D model plane and not, I guess. So this is somewhat the downside I would see, I guess, as far as having the model in here, is I would have to take this and delete it out so I can see just that, for example. So now with that lined up here, we can, now keeping in mind this geometry that I created here wasn't 100% conform. So we're gonna probably go more by what Torch's model was with this template here, as far as to line it up properly. So Torch would have a different geometry, I guess, as far as the way I've done it. His would probably line up more closely, let's put it that way, than the way I did it. So that's a fair enough mention there too. But you kind of get the idea once you've got that all lined up properly as far as that zero plane. You can take that LiDAR information and adjust your geometry to it. Now what we might have to do, let me see here as I look at this. Yeah, so we're all at zero plane on the template. That should have been a lot closer to that. That's what's confusing me right now. That geometry here should have been a lot closer to that than what I've got. That's odd. I wonder why it's doing that. Well, in any case, what would have to be done is we'd have to move that geometry to that LiDAR, that template there. Torch, I don't know if that's necessarily what you ran into there, but that's definitely what I'm witnessing here. Oops. That's a big difference there. I don't know why that's... Normally you wouldn't see that much of a difference there as far as having a, true ground zero plane. What I was trying to hopefully maybe see is how much you... So keeping in mind that this pink, this magenta here, is flat. And this actually has the height data applied to it, based on what we did in 3D Max. Alright, so just for the sake of this here, I'm going to move... I don't know why that's so much different there. It shouldn't be. That should be clipping into it. Interesting. Let me check something here real quick. So if I go... Yeah, that's at 0. Very, very interesting. This might be where it comes into 2. This is kind of reminding me as far as what I did with the Charlotte Roval build, as I moved the pivot to like one of these low, the apron edge, say for example, because you need something to go by to line the geometry up to. So I think having that height data in here, it's kind of averaging out that pivot here. So that's definitely what we're seeing here, why it's so much lower overall with this model here to the geometry, because the geometry in Sandbox, when you lay this out here, is already at 0 plane. So the fact that it's so low as it is, that's probably what's happening here. So what we'll probably have to do is adjust the template to put that pivot more at, say for example, the apron edge. Crap, where did my... Dang it, I lost my mouse. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, so we're going to have to put the pivot for the track template model more at the, say, the apron edge, so we have something to reference the banking, as far as it. And I know it's very odd, and I had the same issue with Charlotte Roval as far as what part of the track is actually at ground zero and what's below that. It's kind of hard to determine that, but that's one initial way I guess I think of as far as to get the template to line up with the geometry, which is flat still as it stands right now. You feel the pain, right? No, it is tough to do that, and it's all part of what I had to go through with the Charlotte Roval build too. So all we're gonna have to do, I may be able to do it in here. Let me see. I don't usually do a lot of this type of processes in Max 5 here, but I'll give it a shot. I should be able to do a... Yeah, I really don't have it in here. Nah, I'm not even going to try. The only thing I use Max 5 for lately anymore is just to create the pass. So I'm not even going to... It's much too primitive a version of Max, I guess, at this point now. There's so much more that I can do. And I can probably do the vert snap in here. I just don't remember. I don't have all the toolbars into it, and I'm not going through all that mess. So let's do this. Let's get out of that real quick. And get out of that. We're going to open up Max 14. Okay. Yeah, so it's not that we're doing anything wrong at this point. It's just how the heck did that get on? Let's turn that off. There we go. Well, let's take a look at 14 again here. Let's beam it up. And we're going to make an adjustment to the pivot of that template they've got there. Now we already saved the maxing, so we're good there. All we need to do is just move that pivot for that entire track template to, like, say, the apron edge. Okay, so let's go open. Torch. And that maxine. There we go. That's the beauty of being able to save the maxine. Yeah, it's still yelling at me for that. That's fine. Okay, so what we need to do... Let's hide this for a second. We need to take this and move the pivot. And again, this is all based on... we use law of averages there. Actually, let me bring that ground plane, the LiDAR back here. So what we did, the only thing that we can really determine as far as what's 0 at this point, based on a LiDAR, would probably say be this infield. So what we got with the track template here, for example, let's see here. So in comparison to, say, this track edge here, how far are we down? That's probably one good way to go about it. This is all reminding me as far as the Charlotte Roval track build. That's for sure. Alright, so let's go into this. We'll go vertex. So we'll get this vertex here, say, for example, what that coordinate is. So according to this here, we're already below. So that's minus 11. Ground plane. And then over on this end, yeah, so it's still below ground plane, but it's not as much. So it's minus 10.7. This one's minus 11. 11.108, so it's a little bit further down on this end than it is, and that kind of coincides with what we were trying to line up this track template to the LiDAR initially to get to this point. It was higher on this end than it was on this end. This one's lower, just by a little bit. All right, so let's go into the LiDAR itself. Come on. There we go. Now, granted, there's a lot of point data into here. What we need to do is actually find out where 0 is. Based on this LiDAR. That's ultimately what it comes down to, because that's going to determine us that difference from where we've got our track template to where 0 is on this LiDAR. That's going to help us determine where does this template need to be considered where it is an actual reality. If that makes sense. So I'm going to have to choose several points on this point cloud data to see where 0 is at. So that's minus 11. That's still coinciding with Yeah, there's a lot. Look at it's a sea of blue. All these are vertices. There's a lot of them in here. Okay, so let's look over here. So I don't want to make sure I'm not getting the tunnel. That's minus 11. So where is 0? That's all I need to know. This is bringing back a lot of memories to the Charlotte Roval build. Somewhere in here, it's got to be pretty close to 0. That's minus 8 at that spike. I don't even know what that is. It might be a light. Alright, let's see here. Yep, so it's really just a matter of going across different points on the LiDAR here and finding out where 0 is at. There's a lot of this that's actually below 0 as far as the ground plane. Okay. Let's try out here. Alright, so that's at minus 5, so we're getting closer to 0 basically on the outskirts here of the track surface. What's it over here? So 0 is more or less on the outside of it here. This is closer to 0 right here. So a lot of this is going to be below 0. Really interesting. Yeah, so this is at 0.339, so 0 is going to be more, it's going to be way outside. Alright, so let's do that then. We'll base our, where we put our track template based on the outside here. So we're at minus 5.174. Let's check that with our template here. So we should be right around minus 4.229. That's not far off. Yep. So 0.5137. So yeah, we're right in the ballpark as far as like the LiDAR. So that's just to kind of make that comparison. Yeah. So when I pick that point out, just on the outer edge of the template, which is our track surface that we were trying to go by, it's right around minus 5. As far as that, so that's already below 0. 0 is more towards this region, oh here. So what we need to do is get that difference between where 0 is. So probably where we need to be as far as raising this up is to have this point. Let's see, how do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? So we probably want to have our, oh my god, this is making my brain hurt. So minus 5. What it really comes down to is we've got to set the pivot. So wherever we set our pivot, we want to have wherever we set our pivot on our object, say at minus 5. So when we bring it into our sandbox, we want to set that to minus 5. For example, if we do put our pivot on the outside of this template. Or we can go on the inside here and put it at a minus 11. That seems to be about the average that is. That's about the only way we can get the template to where it needs to be in comparison to the track geometry. Okay. Yep. So that means this tunnel's even further down. Let me check that out. Now I'm really curious as far as how low that is. Let's go to vertex. That's at a minus 17 at the lowest point. Well below. Okay. So, regardless if we want to go by the apron of the track, which was what I initially mentioned, or the outside here, is going to determine where we need to set it in sandbox. But we would need to set the pivot, I think, at this point for the track template in sandbox first before we do that. Because the way the pivot is being represented on the template at this point is going to be an average. You know, as far as it being in the center, and we don't want that. That's not going to be accurate. So we're going to have to pick a particular point much the same way as you would, let's say, like scale your background image, you know, to get it properly scaled up there. Same idea here. So like whatever point that we use on our template in Max here is the same. Yeah, I don't know how else to explain other than just do it. But we'll have to put the pivot over here. Whatever that pivot is set to, we'll leave that right where it is. That's where we're going to have to set the Z, bringing it into Sandbox. Putting that pivot. So like if we do, let's see, the area that we're looking at is turns 1 and 2. Yeah, so this is turns 1 and 2 over here. So in Sandbox, our template, turns 1 and 2 would be over here. So we've got to put it at that same point here. So once we get that set to the template, to that's the same value we'll have to apply the Z to in Sandbox here. Okay. Man, this is bringing back some somewhat horrible memories with the Charlotte Roval wheel as far as to get that correct. Oh, you're in that bot anyway. He hasn't been very nice all evening, to be honest. You're not the only one. Okay. So, now that we know this, we need... Let's hide this LiDAR. Go to here. And then we need to affect pivot. And let's go to Vert Snap. And put it right over here. Now, again, turns 1 and 2, so we're basically coming out of turn 1 here. That's basically where that's at. Okay. And let's compare and see what this is at. Now, we might already be there as far as where we need it. So if we're already there, if we put that pivot there, once we bring it into Sandbox with the pivot being there, we'll be golden. So that's what I want to compare here. So at this point, minus 5.6. Okay. So if we take the same point on the LiDAR, let's get out of that. That should be the same. Okay. So we put our pivot for it. Alright, I want to get the same area here. Orthographic is beautiful. Alright, so there. Vertex. Okay. I just wanted to humor myself there, so that's good. So by putting the pivot there, once we bring it in the Sandbox, it should put it where it needs to go. In theory. In theory. So that's what we're going to try here. So we're going to put our pivot there. Let's hide this. Turn that off. Alright, let's go ahead and save that, yeah. The pivot there. We can always recenter that if we wanted to, if this doesn't work like I'm hoping it does. Like it should, in theory. In my head, it makes sense, but may not always turn out that way. Alright, so let's bring these all out. Select all. Isolate just the track template. Okay, now with the pivot being there, this is what we're going to use to line up. That's going to be our high point, so that's still going to be lower. Yeah, it's going to be below where, because keeping in mind in Sandbox here, this is the other thing I'm keeping in mind myself. This pink here, this magenta, that's already at 0. So the fact that our template here, we might already be good, to be honest. God dang it, why does that keep doing that? freaking... This thing's stretching or something? Here, let me change this view. I don't know why it's doing that. Nope, that's too small. There we go. Yeah, so the fact that there we go. So the fact that this template that we got in here is below that 0, that makes sense. But I can't tell for sure that it's you know, the -5 or whatever. There's no way to tell that, if that makes sense. Yeah. So possibly... So right now I've got that at... What do I got that at? Gotta double check that again. So this is at 0. Okay. Okay, hold on. Shoot. That kind of goes against what I was thinking there. So that if I've got this at 0, the LiDAR set, so that should already be representative of that -10 or whatever it is as far as on the apron, and the -5. Yeah, the problem is there's no way to know. Damn it. I'm trying to remember. I'm going back to my notes, my mental notes as far as from the Charlotte Roval build. Just let me rack my brain here a little bit to understand. So what we don't want to do, for example, is bring the track template itself to the 0, because that wouldn't be true elevation as far as the elevation change. We want it to be representative of what we see in LiDAR, on the LiDAR. Well, we've conformed to LiDAR anyway. So what I'm thinking, what we would have to do, Torch, I don't know if this is what you had done. If you come to this step, we would probably have to move the geometry of our track down below ground plane as far as 0. That's ultimate. But what I can't 100% confirm is if that's the proper distance. That's the thing I'm struggling with at this point. There's no way for me to tell other than to put that pivot where I just did and basically set that to 0. But what that's going to do is it's going to throw the whole track build out of whack, because then we're forcing the track template to be at 0. Dang it, I keep losing my gosh darn miles. There we go. For some reason I keep losing my mouse. I don't know why. The skew in the camera view is kind of messing up. Alright. Yeah, so that's the only thing I'm struggling with, I guess, at this point is in my head, kind of in a way, you'd almost have to adjust that geometry based on here, but there's really no way to tell if this track template is where it needs to be 100%. What I can kind of confirm is the fact that I can definitely see that it's below by putting this at 0. So if I was to raise this up, for example, to say 10, which would bring it up to where the geometry actually is, that would make sense. So let's do 10. Wait, did I put it on minus? No, yeah, it is on minus. So 10, that would bring it to 0 ground plane here, which is our track geometry. Now, that might be our best way to be able to determine that it is where it needs to be. So if this is now lined up on the apron, which it does tend to look like it, then we should be okay. So again, keeping in mind that our geometry plane that we've got here is already at 0. Okay, what I did was move based on just that center orientation of the pivot on the track template, we already know that the inside, based on the LiDAR information, is at -10 roughly on one end and -11 on the other. So the fact that we're seeing it clip higher on this one, that makes sense. So that should be the turn 3/4 side. Let me verify. Yeah, so that's the turn 3/4 side. This one's not quite as low on this end as it is that end, as we already determined. So this makes sense that if I bring that up to roughly the 10, this is forcing the track template to come up to 0 plane. And that's just confirming, once we can see it be level, we know that's pretty doggone close as far as this needing to be. So we would have to bring the geometry of the track down to this level. That makes sense. Hopefully I'm making sense by describing that. So again, going back to max, just to kind of humor myself again, let's bring back unhide by name. Oops. Nope, I forgot I deleted those all. Let's bring it back. Bringing everything back. Let's take away ground plane. Okay. So on the 3/4 side. Oh, where'd my playlist go? Already burned through that again. I'm getting close to ending this thing here pretty soon, but yeah, if anything, it's just going to be kind of just another reiteration or summarization, I guess, of what I got here. So the points of reference that we do know in the LiDAR, on the apron side here, for example, we know on this end it's a minus, just to reconfirm here, vertex. Let's select this one, for example. That is at -11, so it's further down on this end, on the 3/4 side. Okay, I just want to confirm here. So -11 and a -10 on the 1-2 side. Okay, just want to confirm. Yeah, see, it depends on which point you pick there, and this is just to also follow suit of what you were mentioning as far as like how tough it is. You got different points here. It's at different levels as far as the ground plane. But we need a particular point of reference here. So if we take, say, the apex of 1 and 2, say roughly right here, 10.4. Oh, the apex is going to be, yeah, it's pretty close. 10.4, and then over here, got a tunnel on this side here too. This one's more at a -11. Yep, 11.2, so it's a little bit lower on this side. So again, if we kind of average that out and put it, say, like at a 10.5 on this here, with it center oriented on the object. This is really driving me nuts with that. Alright, so right now we're below that. So just to confirm that we are where we need to be, so let me get the turn 3/4 side. That would be, here's the front stretch. Okay, so this is the turn 3/4 side. So if we set the track template at the apex here, let's line this up here a little bit. What we should be able to see is this apron run level, I guess with this, if we bring it up, that 11 or whatever it is that's in that area, as far as based on that LiDAR and max. Well, they're not weird. They're real world. It's real world elevation, right? So it's just a matter of using that information to your advantage here, as far as to line your track template up and making sure that it's populating into Sandbox here properly, which that's what I'm trying to prove here, that I think it pretty much is. So on the 3/4 side, we had come up with about 11.2. All right. So by bringing in our model, let's bring that back into view. So we're in the apex of that corner. We can already see it's below ground plane. So we just, in order to determine if that's correct, man, it's clipping really bad. Oh, I keep losing my mouse. That's driving me absolutely bonkers. Alright, where's the front struts? Okay, 3, 4, there we go. I don't know why I keep losing my mouse. There we go. I'm pressing spacebar to make sure I'm getting my mouse back, and it never wants to come back. Always. Alright, so we can definitely tell that the track template is below ground plane here, which is our track geometry is 0. Okay, so we can make that we can discern that. Now what we want to determine, if we bring this up that same amount that it's below 0 based on the real LiDAR information, if we bring that up, that 11.2 for example, that should be level with our geometric flat plane that we have laid out here, right? That's what we want to determine here in order to make. So with that being said, this is the apex of that. There's my what the heck, man? Stop doing that. I'm pressing spacebar, you dummy. That is so irritating. Alright. I want you to stay there, but give me my mouse back. Thank you. Alright. So this is the apex of that corner. So if I bring the whole track model up, that 11.2, that should be level, which it does seem to look like it. As far as how much clip we're getting here, this here, by raising that up there, represents how much that's lower than 0. Right? Yes. So on this end here, we should see it be slightly different here because it's not quite as low on the 1-2 side. So it should still be slightly below, or actually it should be slightly above because we raised that up higher than it is on this side. So how much difference do we have over here in this apex? I would say that's pretty, holy crap, yeah. I think we're pretty much there. So in any case, all we're trying to determine is where do we need to put the geometry based on the LiDAR information that we bring in based on the model. That's all we're trying to make the determination of. So I think we're pretty much good to go as long as we keep the template, track template at 0. We can build the geometry based on that location. I think, yeah. So by leaving that at 0, we have to move that geometry down to where that track template is, and we're good. So if you really wanted to, you can make another plane just to give you some point of reference here, so that so this geometry is already at 0. So just to kind of give you a determination of where, in comparison, your track. I don't know. I guess just to bring additional information of the LiDAR in here, you could create another plane in here that's set to 0, just like your geometry out further, so that way you can definitely get that differentiation. That's somewhat that I did too, I guess, with the Charlotte Roval build, just to kind of give me some clarity on, you know, that being correct. That's kind of hard there, but I can almost confirm just by everything that I've done here so far that this is where the geometry would have to be adjusted to, leaving this track template at 0. I know I feel like I sound like a skipped record or beating a dead horse, but that is what it is. But I think from here, what we'll do is go back to geometry and unlock. So I locked it, and then we can adjust that here. I don't know if this is the same process you might have used Torch, but that should be some good, useful information there as far as how to determine whether or not that's correct. So really what it comes down to is if you've done everything like I showed as far as to get the LiDAR averaged out as far as the, you know, changing the pivot, make sure the Z is zeroed out and all that stuff, you should be golden. As long as you're lining up your template just the way I did to that, keep that at 0 when you bring in the sandbox. That's where the geometry needs to go. So if it's not that way, you need to make it that way. Okay. All right, not too bad. And I can definitely see, with all that being, you know, me going through the process myself, I can see why you probably ended up, you know, with next to 30 PTFs, I guess, to try and get it just right. Because you're going back and forth between, because there's so much different. It's not really weird as far as the elevation, because that's real world information. But it really just comes down to even how you're scaling up your LiDAR model in Sandbox here to your ground plane. It's the same concept here. You need to pick like even 2 points of reference here to go by, like what I did, as far as to say, okay, where's this at this region in the LiDAR in comparison to the template, and then adjust it in Sandbox to see if that becomes flush. And once you can come to that determination, then you should be good to go. It's really just bringing it to 0, but you don't want to force it to 0. That's the other thing. You don't necessarily want to, I can't really stress that enough too, you don't want to bring the template up to 0 and then build from there, because that's going to be all wrong. So if I was to move this up and leave it up there by bringing it up like I did, and then build the track based on that and leaving the track at 0 and building up or down from that, that's not correct. That wouldn't be correct. Yep. Okay, so getting back into this here, unlocking the geometry. Okay, we're going to zoom in on this. We're going to play around with this a little bit. I'm not going to be on here for much longer. I'm starting to get hungry. I ain't gonna lie. Sure, not as easy as Dover, and it might not be because of, yeah, that's what the different regions are. The fact that this is in Texas as opposed to Dover. Dover might have been more at sea level as far as ground plane 0, so it might not have been quite as, definitely wouldn't have been. I know Charlotte was a little bit, and it's only because there's actually elevation changes in the infield. Getting those areas in the infield lined up, I guess, as far as the elevation changes that exist in the infield in comparison to the actual track, that was a nightmare. There's some big swings in geometry with those for sure. So I'm going to adjust this out. Nope, I did that wrong. I totally did that wrong. Hold on. Nope. Let's bring that back. And there is no undo in Sandbox, so I'm just roughly putting that back into position. This is based on my layout here, so Tortures is probably going to be way different. So what I want to do, actually, with that all unlocked, is to go into height view. Boom. There we go. So this is height view. So let's see if I can expand this out a little bit. Okay. Zoom out. Now, in order to get the population of the stuff in here, sometimes you might have to go forward or back. See if that gets in there. So you can see that's completely flat. It's all at 0. This might be a little bit tough to get both of this into view here. Let's see if I can't do this though. But this confirms entirely that we're our track geometry is completely flat. Okay, so in order to bring that geometry to the level of the our track template at this point, see if I can get this all into view here. So we are roughly, let's speed this up here a little bit. There we go. We're in this region over here as far as going into turn 1 and 2. Right about thusly. Alright. So let's see if we can adjust this. I'm going to try my darndest to try to get this all in the picture here. Alright. Okay, so now we should be able to go this way. As long as we get an arrow here, we should be able to move this. In this case, we need to move the geometry down. Am I in the right region here? Second. Here, let me put this off screen here for a second just to see if I'm in the proper region. At least I thought that's where I was. Nope, I'm on the back stretch. Never mind. Gotta go over here. let's see here. It's easier for me to find it on the other monitor here till I find it, and then I'll share my findings here. So there's that should be 1 and 2. Okay, let's go over here real quick. Yep, there we are. Okay, I found it. So let's bring this back over here. I'll show you what I'm looking at here. So what I'm doing here, you can see that adjusting. Now granted, I only got 2, whoops, I only have 2, you know, just this one X section here between the apron and that. You probably want to get some more X sections in here before you get to this step. Oh, for crap. You're going to be able to get this all in here. Nuts. Let me see if I can squeeze this down. So I got them on this segment here. I've already lowered it a little bit. There we go. Let's try it this way. So you can see. I don't know if that's tough to see there. Let me just pan it over here a little bit better. So what's moving is this part right here. So I'm moving that geometry down to that track template. Dang it, I keep getting out of view here. It's tough to get all this on one monitor. Because I usually do work with this on more than one monitor. Alright, let me see if I can spread this out. Squeeze that up. There we go. Try to fit this all in here. So you can see this is going down. That's clipping into the actual track template. And that's what you'd want to do as far as to bring that down. Now, as far as the level you'll see in here, it's just going to go on banking. It's not going to do like how much Z, for example. Okay. Now, keeping in mind I didn't 100% conform what I laid out as far as the track geometry correctly. I did it really fast. The template that I'm going by is what Torch has got, right? So you'd want to go by that as far as like the template that you've got based on the geometry that you've done for the track and whatever in order to get that proper. But someone would give you somewhat of an idea of how this would work anyway. So now from this point, you can segment to the next. How far down that is from one grid. So it basically come down from this grid to that grid. So you can see that center point right there. So in this case, we're going backwards as far as next to, and you can see this changing over here too, because as far as this is what we consider to be the roller coaster ride view. That's pretty much all you would have to do, is just bring that geometry down to the actual track template. And probably behoove you too, I guess, to change your if you got another monitor, it definitely comes in handy too, but you can see that difference now as far as how much there is. So that's how much we've had to bring it down. Yep, below 0 in this case. Yeah, you can really see that difference here now as far as how that goes, but you'd have to do that all the way around the track to get it to conform to your track template based on the LiDAR information. I think that's pretty much where I'm going to leave it there, as far as like that's enough information there just to kind of give you. So it would take you a little bit of time, and again, knowing that this will probably take you quite a bit of time here. So even if you don't get all of your sections as you go around there all complete, make sure you save often. Can't say that enough. Save often. Get into the discipline of saving your work often. So if you know you've worked a little bit more than an hour or so. As far as in the sandbox, make sure you save it, save it, save it, save it. And that's why Torch was mentioning earlier, I guess, as far as like having next to 30 PTFs. That's really what it comes down to as far as like when you're doing this types of process. So whether or not you're tweaking on what you've already adjusted, or if it's you're just trying to get it initially set like I'm doing here, I guess, as far as get the track geometry set to the LiDAR, it's going to take you a while. So plan on at least a good couple hours, if not more, to be able to get that done. And it does help to have a little bit of patience as well. You'll take it. What did you get? You got 56 units, I guess, as far as on the risk. Nice, but you didn't get anything on the shot. So you got 1 out of 3. Looks like you got the 1 out of 3. Not bad. I see how you mean there, Lady Death. Save, save, save. Yes. So, just like, again, I can't say it enough as far as like what Torch was mentioned here. You're going to have a plethora of PTF saves. So I've already got quite a few here as it is, as far as the 3D Sim edits to create the initial DAE. I don't even have, as it stands right now, even one initial layout of the track yet, as far as that form of PTF, to potentially even bring it into the sim itself. Once I would get all that laid out, as far as to get the initial geometry laid out, you don't even need any walls. You don't need any walls or anything just to get into testing there. You can definitely test that out in the sim. I'm not going to do that at this stream here, but you can, once you get that all laid out and get your PTF saved, you can bring that into your track folder and give it a test whirl in the testing mode, at least at bare minimum, in the simulation itself, just to see how well it's conforming there. If you got too many bumps or whatever like that, if you need to smooth it out, things like that. And then from there you can start adding additional additional W sections or whatever to put walls and stuff like that in there. Now, keeping in mind too, as I already said, I didn't put all that many. I just kept the initial X sections that were in here. As far as what you initially start off with, it would probably make sense that you do apply at least one to differentiate the apron as opposed to the actual banking of the racing surface. So, however, which method you do that as far as the layout and additional track geometry, I would definitely not consider using this one that I've got here. That was only just to create that template that just to show, just for demonstration purposes. I wouldn't use that. I would create a much more defined track surface, as far as the track racing, as far as the segments that they're laid out, as far as what the proper openings in the walls and stuff like that, and use that as a means to bring it into the track. Lining that particular geometry. Mine is very primitive. I did it very fast, and I would definitely not consider it. It's just kind of proof of concept there, I guess, if you will. Hopefully that all makes sense. Yeah, but that's a lot of information to go out there, and I'm going to kind of let everybody just kind of soak that in, I guess, for a little bit until next week. And then from next week, we'll just go on and continue with that process. Possibly Torch, I might get with you, I guess, as far as whether or not you want to send me what PTFs you have, what you've been working with so far, and I can show that next week, just to kind of elaborate and just elaborate further on just the process that I've shown here loosely already. It's the same idea, but Torch, you've obviously got several PTFs, as you already mentioned, as far as to get it to where you feel it's getting there. Either that, or what I would do is take the initiative, I guess, as far as laying my own track geometry out here and share that with you and see and compare notes that way. Yeah, feel free to get with me, I guess, as far as what direction you want to go with that. And I'll be more than glad to collaborate on that. Dinner is just about ready. What are we having for dinner there anyway, Lady Dev? I haven't decided what I want to have yet. Mine coincides with openings. Yeah, I'm going to work on getting you a final PTF. Okay, if that's the way you want it. As long as you're confident in the fact that everything that I've explained here, as far as like where... is that necessarily you can confirm with me or not? Did you have to move the geometry down this much the way I'm... If you had to do that, you're probably going in the right direction. If you had to drop it below 0, just like I'm having to do here, as far as that -10 to -11, with those key points that I pointed out there, then I think you should be good. You should be good to go. I don't know what Jimmy John's. You having a Jimmy John's or you having a sub? Oh, you had a Jimmy John's. Okay, I gotcha. Mad Alex coming here too. Morning. How we doing? Oh, you don't have those up there. That stinks. Oh, so lady that doesn't have a Jimmy John's up there, so she doesn't know what that is. Those are sub sandwiches. Jimmy John's kind of like a Subway. Do you got a Subway? It's kind of like Subway, only it's like Jimmy John's. They got their own method, I guess, of creating the. Yeah. So, Torch, you can confirm that's what you had to do. So yeah, if you had to do that, you're definitely probably in the right direction with the construct of the track build. This is a little bit of a brain it kind of, putting it in nice terms, it's a mind prick, I guess, as far as like, whoa, it doesn't seem like that's normal, but you got to get out of that mindset of how a lot of track builds were done incorrectly, as far as like most track builds that are out there were necessarily brought to zero and then built from there, and that's totally incorrect. You definitely want to make sure you've got that proper height, using that LiDAR. 2:30 in the morning, can't bloody sleep. Well, that stinks. Sorry to hear that there, Mad Alex. That, not fun. Oh, better than Subway? What are you mooing at me for there, Torch? Oh, okay. I guess you're just letting me know, I guess, as far as how that goes. Okay. So as long as we're on the same sheet of music with that goes, I think, yeah. You can, as you already mentioned, share that, what PTF that you've got in there. Have you been able to test it in the simulation yet? As far as just going into testing mode? As far as just seeing how it drives and all that good stuff, as far as if it's conforming, even without walls and such, because you can do that. Let's see, it took me a couple of PTFs to figure all that out. Yep. Oh, there you go. It's always fun to be able to get the track into testing mode and at least try it out that way. It gives you some sense of just being able to bask in it, if you will, for lack of a better way to put it. It's always fun to be able to just build it, and once you get the walls and such like that in there, it makes it even better. Yep. There we go. Mad Alex coming in with the host. Thank you for the host. You've had sleep issues for a while, so I keep waking up. I might as well get up and play a game for a bit. Yeah, which games are you gonna play? Yeah, it is very strange without walls. Which games you considering playing there, Mad Alex? Yeah, that would super stink, I guess, as far as I wouldn't be able to sleep there. I'm almost kind of curious in a way. I know I said it would take a lot. I know it would take at least an hour for me to complete getting this even close to simulation ready. I'm too hungry. I'm way too hungry to do that. I play a bit of Farm Sim. Makes me relax a bit. Well, there you go. Yeah, Farm Sim is definitely a pretty chillaxing simulation. I find myself playing that quite a bit too, to get us to kind of chill out. But then again, sometimes I like to go into Wreckfest, if I got some frustrations to do out there, guys. Sometimes get into Wreckfest or even into NASCAR Racing 2003 and just do a few laps somewhere and be like, yeah, now I'm good. That sometimes helps too. Let's see here. Just checking things out here to see who I got here to potentially raid. Do we got any raid targets here? Wreckfest is a great game. I'm pissed off of something. Yeah, it can get you a little bit salty. I tend to like to use it in there to take it out in the virtual world as opposed to reality. So like if I'm really frustrated or annoyed by something or someone, I go in there and take it out in Wreckfest. Take that, you son of a gun, That really helps out. So, yeah, what I'm going to do here is check and see who I got available here, I guess, for a potential raid target. And once I do find a raid target here, I will switch it on over to the raid scene. And we're gonna finish this thing up here. I think I got a pretty good idea where I want to go. This is one of the rare times that me streaming on a Saturday. Normally he tends to take some family time here. We have rated him before, and he's a pretty cool dude, and I think you'll enjoy him as well. Lady Death might even have somewhat of an idea of where we're going to. Happens to be playing at the moment. There's some Grand Theft Auto. He's doing some role play over on the Spooky. Yeah. You would not be wrong. So yeah, I think that's where I'm gonna send you all folks to. I think you'll enjoy the content, I guess, as far as him doing a little bit of role play in GTA 5 over on the Spooky role play. This is a funny name to say. All right, so let's let me copy this over here. Let me switch that on over to the raid scene. I do want to thank everybody for showing up here for Spline Design Studios Saturday. A lot of information was shared, and hopefully you found it, I guess, intuitive, if anything. So yeah, let's switch it on over here and roll credits. Rather slow night, but as far as new follows or anything like that, we did have Torch come in here. I almost forgot about that. 14-month streak going on there, 17 total, I guess, as far as Torch coming in. Also got the VIP badge going on with that too. So yeah, appreciate that there, Torch. Very, very, very much appreciated. So I'm gonna go right on over to here, get this raid set up. I hope you will stick around, I guess, for that raid, and even if you don't, I totally understand. But I hope you'll come along with me on this raid to go and see. They call me Juice. I'm gonna put the link in the chat here just to kind of let y'all know as far as where I'm sending y'all. Have a fantastic rest of your weekend. If I don't see you again soon, I will be streaming no later than Wednesday for Wreckfest Wednesday. Starting the streaming week there. I have no plans in changing that. So, if nothing else, I will hopefully, if I don't see you over at Juice's stream, I will see you again really soon. Bye for now. Hopefully this works.